Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
Friday, May 31st, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. It's going to be a long show. I have a lot of content to cover today, and it's interestingly over the last couple of days, as much as there's a lot of, very important things happening in the world, a lot of earth changing, shifting, earth shattering. That's the word that got stuck in my head. Things that are shifting the way we see the world in very important ways and alarming ways. For most people anyway, it seems very disconcerting to see what's happening. And obviously some of them are disconcerting and horrifying for everybody. But yesterday and into today, there seems to have been a lot of interesting developments in a lot of different categories, but obviously where we've been focusing on Israel and Gaza. But I wanted to make sure we covered some other interesting developments that I saw pop up that I thought were important to make sure we're still keeping an eye on. So in general, there's too much really for me to lay out in the beginning, but we're actually going to start with a point about what happened with Trump, just because I do find it important, but probably not for the same reasons a lot of the partisan, two-party illusionists, I would call them, would be called, arguing from either side of this. It's interesting to see how you will always notice the similar kind of, I would see it as the objective opinion from people that don't partake in the left or right. And I think that's very obvious and meaningful. But I want to go over why there are important parts to both sides of these arguments. And I'll get into it when we talk about it today. And we're going to also talk about I use the collapsing athletes point in the title, but it's not just about the collapsing athletes. It's actually a story from last year, but it's being covered this year. But it's important that we see that this has not gone away. And I wanted to highlight this in the opening or earlier part of the show to make sure we see how just ubiquitous this is and how absurd. I mean, I even just shared it. I think it was Chief Nerd that shared the story, and I just put hashtag baffled, and everybody knows what I mean when I say that. It's amazing that these people can cover this story, and we shouldn't assume that it's the injection that might have caused this, but it's certainly an obvious and undeniable possibility, especially today. And especially when you find out he had a myocardial infarction, and we're going, okay, isn't that provably connected? Yeah, it's connected to the shots. And that's not even a conversation point. And they're like, the experts are confused and we don't even know why. We're scratching our heads. I mean, clearly there's a lot of obvious culprits, and it's just amazing the way they cover this. And I want to make sure we revisit that, and I'll add a bunch of other points I think are relevant to both how obvious it is all the way to this point and how it continues to be covered up. I want to talk about an interesting development that's actually not new, but it's caught a lot of attention right now. So I wanted to reiterate it around the puberty blocker point, the transgender conversation, and how it's striking to see how, and by the way, this applies to pretty much everything we've talked about over the last 5 years, how we can be covering these, not just TLAV alone, but independent media and anybody honest out there or covering these topics and using the facts and even the science they tell you to trust and continue to show that, hold on, this is not safe. There's all sorts of problems here that are being disregarded. It's very politically motivated. And the momentum usually shouts that down from the journalists in their ivory towers out there acting like they have the truth because they're listening to the people they're told they're supposed to be listening to. And then it comes back around, like with COVID, like with the transgender conversation. Oh, look, we're finding out they're dangerous. Yeah, we were saying that 2-3 years ago because that's what the facts showed. And it's very frustrating for anybody trying to break through that to see how ubiquitously, consecutively, continually that happens. And especially for those that are just now coming, kind of tuning into all of this. I don't mean as the show, but kind of like just tapping into that perception, that mindset that it seems that whether they intend to or not, the power structures and the sycophants around that, including the corporate media, seem to almost always end up in that position. And there's very clear reasons for that. And we're also going to talk about an interesting shift in regard to Ukraine and Russia, which I also don't think is even necessarily a new thing, but it's the narrative around it that is shifting and causing potentially even more escalation. I want to talk about Haiti, which I think is important, a small point in there. I just want to make sure we're highlighting some of these developments. And a very important one we've talked about a long time ago. And this has to do with Twitter and their ID verification, which seems to be coming up for those that aren't Or for those that are new, apparently as of right now, you have to do this Israeli Unit 8200 AU10TIX ID verification platform or other app to be able to verify who you are. And you have to do it, and you apparently have to do it on desktop. At least they say they recommend that. And then I think for those that aren't new, as of July, at the end of July, apparently we're all going to be forced to do it. I don't know about you guys, but unless it's simply confirming the things that are already on file, I'm not going to be doing anything. Does that mean we're all going to be kicked off Twitter, or those that stand by their principles? Maybe so. But it alarms me that we can see so clearly, just like those other stories, that this is directly connected to an entity that is shockingly dishonest, shockingly surreptitious, and what they would use this information for. And we're getting into the whole biometric side of this. And it's very concerning to me. And I want to highlight a great post by Censored Man and showing you how it interestingly connects to somebody like Dr. Eli David. Interesting how this all comes together. Now, we're going to talk about Rafah. We're going to talk about Jablay refugee camp and a lot of very disgusting things around this conversation. But one important story out of all, they're all important, but one very important story that is new coming from even corporate media, but I think it broke in independent, is that the U.S. government has falsified aid reports and continues to lie about what's going on. And this gets much more dark. It gets much darker when you realize that it wasn't just that they were fudging the numbers. It was the explicit ignoring what their experts were telling them in order to continue to fund and arm Israel, which means, just so that's clear, while they knew they were starving people, while they knew that they were murdering people that were innocent. I mean, it's not surprising to those of us that have been following this, but just that it's so obvious and yet it continues. That's the hardest part for me. And we're going to show how clearly it's still happening. And the whole point about that is that they had to admit that they were stopping the aid. That's a very important bullet point in all this that would have directly, even according to U.S. law, would have forced them to have to at least publicly no longer fund and arm them, which I guarantee it would have happened anyway. That's my opinion. But, and again, more we'll get into quite a bit today. So make sure you stay tuned to the end. I'm going to do my best to go through this in a expedited way so it doesn't end up being 5-6 hours, but we'll see how we end up. So I'd like to start today with this point about Donald Trump, which I was talking with somebody close to me today that is, a stark supporter of Donald Trump, even with criticisms, but still a very, very strong supporter. And this is the thing I find so interesting about this is the position people find themselves in, where they are very clear about the injection, which we'll talk about next, and how dangerous that is. And yet also recognize that he very clearly continued to support it. Not just support it, but champion it, that it's mine and we did, it saved lives. And I mean, the opposite of what the vast majority of his supporters think. Now, I'm not going to say what people should or should not use to weigh whether they'll vote for somebody, even though you know my opinion about whether your vote actually translates to the outcome, and that's a whole other conversation. But it's interesting to me nonetheless that I personally find that to be the whole kind of lesser of two evils dynamic, where it becomes, well, he's clearly lying about that, or doesn't recognize that we all see that this thing's murdering people. I find it hard that he wouldn't know what his own audience thinks, and yet just going, well, that's not enough. Biden's worse, or so on. And I just think that's indicative of how ridiculous our system is in general, that we feel forced to do that in the first place. Have to weigh the lesser of two options. It's crazy to me. So on this point, I want to talk about why it seems the two-party, I want to find a better term in certain contexts, just not always say two-party illusion, but the partisan, the paradigm, people in that conversation who adhere to the left and right conversation, and why that they seem to be missing parts of the story, or really any story, in my opinion, that is this partisan. Now, obviously, there's no way an objective person could say that this is not politically motivated. That's my personal opinion. I mean, that's just like it's one of the points I'll make, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, that I'll make throughout this process, that it should be obvious, is how in the world is this the first president conviction, and how in the world is this what they're charging these people with? Well, we can literally talk about an endless string of war crimes. And not even like, I get that the war crime element is the hardest aspect because these are power structures, but let's just even take it back to personal crimes. Trump or Clinton or Biden or any of the rest of them, that it's shockingly obvious how you can prove that they have broken crimes that are way, way more important, more just bigger crimes. What I was going to say, just, it affects more people and a lot of different elements to it. And yet this is what they focus on. Now, I think it's a combination of two things, in my opinion. And I think it's obviously because this is an easy, because look, if they suddenly said, Trump, we're going to charge you with, see, I knew I was going to use this. I took it off the show today, but there's a clip going around just rehashing the point where he goes, in Syria, well, we took the oil. We decided to take the oil. My point is, guys, is an objective crime. There's no way around that. You don't just say we're taking their oil. Even if you're in a war, that's still an illegal act. But that's what they've all done forever. That's what they're still doing right now. My point would be if they said, Trump, we're going to charge you for illegally stealing, or the oil that we're still taking from Syria. The point is that would implicate far more than Trump. It would open the door to other people being charged with similar crimes, and that's something that even adversarial countries work together to avoid, in my opinion, or even adversarial presidencies, where there used to be this kind of running thing where they would never charge the outgoing president, and just kind of like a secret high five that even if we hate each other, we're not going to, because it sets a precedent, which is where we're seeing today. Every single time now, it's about trying to charge the president. That's the whole point. And so I think it shows more of a coordination in that point. But why then Trump? And why is it happening now? Now, obviously, a lot of people in this conversation think it's because he's the outlier. He's the real one, and they don't want him to win. I just don't know how we can still pretend that's the case. I certainly could be wrong. But with everything we have in front of us, with everything throughout his last presidency, I mean, everything you could look at, the COVID-19 shot in particular, it seems quite clear to me, self-evident, in fact, that he is part of this problem. Now, you could argue that he doesn't realize that he's being used for that purpose, and his hubris is what is allowing that to continue. But in any case, to me, it still seems clear that he's part of this larger problem. Divide and conquer, left and right, the whole damn thing. So I think it's obvious. The point I'm making is you are clear. I think we can clearly acknowledge that both things can be happening simultaneously. It can be politically motivated, and he can also be guilty or even just a criminal. Because you can debate, I'm sure, whether these charges are justified or not, in my personal opinion, as we'll briefly show. Because I'm not even going to go into this that deep, because I also don't think this is that important. Oh, gasp, everyone's going to hate me for that, because there's a hell of a lot more important things going on. Now, I can obviously argue it's important that the weaponization of our justice system, but how long has that been going on? Here, I guess the point would be that none of this is unique to Trump. It's only shockingly important to people because they want Trump and they believe in Trump, and it's a left-right paradigm thing, divide and conquer. Every single thing that they would argue, most of which I would agree with, you could apply for the last 50 years. The weaponization of the political system, the weaponization of, everything. Even politically motivated actions just like this. So let me go through some of these points that I think are relevant, and I'll give you my thoughts on what the certain stances are. This is NPR. Trump is found guilty on all 34 felony counts. And it says, read the counts here. Oh, and then what I was going to say additionally to that was that, it's important in certain ways, but in the larger context of what's going on in the world, and again, since I definitely feel my own opinion that this is not really what it appears to be, that in fact I have a sneaking suspicion that this is about sort of trying to drive people to support the person who I already think is selected to be the president. See, that's where this gets complicated, because my opinions are very clearly rooted in the belief that your vote does not translate to the outcome. And if that's the case, then none of the whole, they're trying to stop Trump, has any meaning. Now, that doesn't mean some people who might not be aware of that, even in Congress, might still think they're acting and they have personal opinions. I guarantee there's plenty of hatred around there, whether or not it's true, it translates to any difference in the policy. I think it's clear is that if your vote doesn't translate to the outcome, which seems to be something we all can acknowledge, except in most cases in the paradigm, it's only the other side, right? It's always stopping you from seeing the full picture. Then this is really about creating the perception, two things, that from a Republican side, that he needs more support because he's politically attacked. And I think this whole Streisand effect scenario in a way, and that I guarantee will drive him to get more support, despite his support for Israel, despite his support for the shot. It's crazy. But then at the same time, there's also the idea that this could be, you're basically not just driving people to support him. I just lost it. There's one other point in there. I'm sure it'll come back to me as we go forward. That was important. But, so again, that it's politically motivated in a way that I think to drive people to support him. Gosh darn it, that's going to drive me crazy. That'll come back to me, I'm sure. But there's a lot. I think there's a lot of different It was only a hypothetical point. It was something that was connected to just a theory about what might have happened. So it's not the biggest point in the world. But I think that's important for us to think about. It's kind of outside the box. not just that it's left versus right and it's an election season. Really, what else might be happening here? Oh, that's what it was. And in regard to trying to set this up to be that, look, Trump's a criminal, right? He's a criminal. We proved it, which I don't agree with necessarily in the charges. I think he's a criminal because he's a criminal in a million other ways, like every other president, like Biden and Obama and everybody else you could point to. But if you make this look official, even though I actually think there's some guilt in regard to these charges themselves, but I think it's absurd to charge him with this while other people are literally committing war crimes and murdering people, is that you can create the illusion that the people that support him are criminals. And then, of course, if you do this and drive the majority to support him, then suddenly you have this perception that all of these people are a problem. The MAGA terrorists and the right wing. Guess what? At some point, you can see this swinging back around, you being white supremacist and even anti-Semitic. You continue to be baffled why the right can't, the ones that choose not to see it, can't see how that's happening again to people that you are pointing at, even though you were just the victims of that 30 seconds ago, but that they can create that illusion and then use that to rationalize some kind of, like happened with what the Newsweek article from 2020, stopping democracy to save democracy, which is already what they literally have said they're both trying to do. This is just incredibly frustrating. But back to the point, 34 felony counts. Now, if you look at this, the hush money trial conversation, it's about Stormy Daniels and like most of the things I've been seeing about Michael Cohen and sort of like the argument that he carried this out on his behalf. And there's this dispute about, I think at the end of the day, it's pretty clear that there was some level of transactional, that there was money changing hands. Now, whether you can prove that Trump was responsible for that or not, I still think that it's obvious that he's a criminal. And I think that these charges are minor in a larger sense. And if we think that there are, any politicians out there that haven't done something like this in a minor way or a larger way, that's pretty naive. So that's why I think it's obviously politically motivated. If you want to go through the different counts and read them for yourselves, it all weirdly pertains to this one. It's 34 felony counts, but all in the context of this hush money conversation. Invoices for legal services, 11 charges. Checks paid for legal services, 11 charges. And then ledger entries for legal expenses. This seems pretty ridiculous to me. Now, here is what I think is hilarious right out of the gate. The same thing, CNN, guilty on all charges. Here's what Biden said. Trump conviction reaffirms that no one is above the law. It's just, that's not going to land with anybody right now. His supporters are calling him Genocide Joe, right? I just think it's hilarious. And then all of the other side clearly doesn't feel that way because they feel this is unjust. It's just kind of crazy how they have lost control of all of this stuff. And I still argue that's because of what's going on in Israel. And that's built on the back of the awakening around the COVID-19 illusion. Now here, you know what? I did have it. I'm always ahead of myself. So anyway, I already mentioned it, but here's the clip that I was talking about where he just says, I left the troops in Syria and just to take the oil. We took the oil. That's a big crime right there, but they've all done it. Why isn't he charged with that? Same point I made before. Now, here is what Alonzo Gurmendi said, and I think this is exactly right. He says, U.S. presidents have set up torture sites, staged coups, by the way, including Trump, ordered human experiments, invaded entire countries, ethnically cleansed indigenous peoples, enabled genocides, and these are all just things you can literally point out on the map right now. But there's a hell of a lot more going on. Talk about Biden and Ukraine. And like when you get into the financial stuff, look at the Clintons and their complete pay-to-play process that was literally laid out in plain view by the two people from Boston in front of Congress, and nothing happened. Clearly. Now, I get why that drives you to think that he's the real one because they're going after him. But I've always stressed this idea that just because the point becomes that if they're not talking about it, that's where the story is, or if they're pointing to it, that's not the truth. It's very superficial. It could and sometimes is the reality. But we must realize that there, as much as I often point out how seemingly incompetent a lot of this is, there are still levels of this that are very clearly watching, planning, and recognize we think these things. I mean, look at the whole thing with the QAnon, the ridiculous deception that still tricks a lot of people. That was built on the back of Donald Trump. I mean, it started before him, but clearly that was used, the whole vehicle. And I just think that it's very clear that they can use that perception to drive you into thinking people are on your side just because they frame them as the adversarial position or the third party or whatever it is. So just at least consider that that's not the reality and he is playing this role or is inadvertently playing this role. But it says that the first presidential conviction ever, which is still blowing my mind, is over hush money to cover a sex scandal, which, by the way, I even have doubts about what the legitimacy of that whole claim. But that's kind of neither here nor there at this point. And it says, very telling, I guess. He goes on to say, but sure, let's celebrate the rule of law and how no one is above the law and how now everything is right in the election where the convicted felon can apparently run, I guess. He says, sorry, I know you guys are happy, but I'm Peruvian. We have a special jail for convicted presidents. And this is like a regular Thursday for me. And I'm very, very tired of the global north. So clearly, he's not a fan of Trump, but he's also recognizing that it's ridiculous. It's kind of this is the objective opinion in my eyes. Even if you disagree with whether Trump's guilty, is to recognize that, for crying out loud, including Trump, they are all guilty of much bigger crimes. So this feels a little bit manipulative, not just politically towards him, but like towards everybody. And he says, and just to be clear, it's good that corrupt fascist coup mongers go to jail. Now, you may disagree with that framing. Just spare me the historic conviction, no one is above the law in the greatest country on earth part, please, which I agree with. Now, Kim Iverson says, what would happen if you or me? What would happen to you or me if we had misclassified, which is essentially what it boils down to, a $130,000 NDA payment? Misdemeanor. And I find this incredibly important. She says that's the punishment for the average person. The fact that this has been turned into 34 felonies by simply attaching it to campaign finance law, which is rife with corruption. I mean, for crying out loud, it's one of the most manipulated processes in all of this, not just the law, but anything connected to campaign finance, everything about the election season, and whether presidential or any other smaller, as far down as you want to go, even to the smaller county, state. I mean, we can always see manipulation taking place. So to pretend that the campaign finance and the laws built around it are somehow immune to that. The point is, it says by attaching that to it is how you know it's political and not justice. Now, I agree 100% with that. Again, though, I'll reiterate the point that if he's guilty, which it seems to be some level of guilt there, then of course that's actually supposed to happen. But I would stand by the argument that if you're going to only go after him for a small thing that doesn't, I would almost argue that you shouldn't do that. Now, that's a little bit of a contradiction, just because the point is that anybody guilty should be charged with a crime. But if we're dealing with an obviously corrupt system that is applying that in even more so in a way that I think is to drive you to support that person, then I think that's obviously something we should call out, even to the point to where it shouldn't be happening unless you're going to apply the law equally. But she's right, though. It is very clearly political, and I think that's obvious. He says, if they're going to go after politicians for campaign fund crimes, which is what I was saying a moment ago, I would like them to focus on the politicians selling their votes to foreign interest lobbies, which, by the way, is also Trump, guys. So it's interesting we have this huge Republican side that is rightly so discovering, if not continuing to call out, the AIPAC overlap, the dual citizenship conversation. None of those are racist, guys. Those aren't about anti-Semitism. For some, I'm sure they are. For some, I'm sure everything is. But this is really just about the legalities there. And we talked about the FARA Act and the idea that this is clearly in that purview, the right word for that. But either way, she makes the point that, look, if we're going to start nitpicking about finance law to this small level, how in the world are we ignoring that we literally can prove you've got foreign entities influencing politicians in our country? Look at Brian Mast, for crying out loud, or any number of them getting way more money. I think he's the best example because he's literally in the IDF, which I find mind-blowing. But someone like Biden has gotten millions of dollars from AIPAC and Israel. Trump too, though. Same with RFK Jr. Now, Clint Russell says something interesting here. Whether you like Donald Trump or not, he says, I hope people understand how paradigm shifting the jury's decision tomorrow will be. He said this yesterday. It is a tremendously fraudulent case brought against the leading candidate to be the next president, which I would argue that alone to happen now, there's no way to not call that politically motivated, especially with something that I still argue in the larger context is a small 34 charges. It's, the idea that this would be happening now seems obviously, why didn't it happen before? There's been a lot of time between now. It's because the election. I mean, that's very transparently obvious. But it says, if convicted, America is officially broken. Now, there's the problem I have with this. This is a running concept right now, and I'll show you some other points with this. If we're going to pretend that this is the moment, or that this proves, or this is, now we can see that our judicial system is broken, come on, guys. It's been like this for a long time. There's no different thing happening right now other than it's happening to Trump. So that's why it frustrates me that we have people trying to kind of make this into a uniquely developing story other than Trump. Like it's just, this is the moment. And I'll show you some other clips of points making that exact claim. Derek Rose responds and says, why the sympathy for Trump? Why did he lie after having an affair? Is he guilty of bribing some people? And he's actually honestly asking, by the way, and he responds down here later, because again, like me, we're focused on a lot of different things, which by the way is not wrong. I find it interesting that people out there that try to tell you what you should care about. There's so many things going on right now that no one person could actively. I mean, today I'm giving it my best shot to cover a wide breadth of things. But as you know, it's very difficult. There's a lot. I mean, can you even imagine? You guys have no idea how hard it is for me to choose a title, a direction, an overlapping image for all of this content. It's very difficult. But Clint responds, look into the case. It's nonsense. I'm speaking out because if they can take out the president, then there is no peaceful way out. Now, see, this is the kind of problematic view, in my opinion. He could be right, most definitely. But the idea that this is weaponized toward Trump because he's the real person, he's fighting to win, and if he does, we're going to succeed. But look, we just went through 4 years of Donald Trump. So how is it possible that it's the same thing with Obama, where they said, oh, the next 4 years. Come on. If we can pretend, and the whole game is every time, no, the other side just wouldn't let him. Well, okay, let's just say that's the case. I make this point every time. Doesn't that in and of itself prove the system doesn't work? That if every time the other side can just stop him from doing everything, and it goes back and forth forever, well, oh, the other side just wouldn't let him, which is not really the truth. There's some level of that, but there's much bigger picture happening. And if we're stuck in the two-party illusion, even as libertarians, then it will cause us to keep doing the same thing over and over. But take him out implies, right, that they're going after him, which clearly to some level is happening, but I think it's bigger than that. And I've said that already. But he says, I have looked into it. I said, I will look further. Seems like his people sold him out and admitted he has at least knew that there were payoffs going on. Now, again, from an objective perspective, there is an element that you can prove that shows that he's at least tacitly aware. Now, good. These people are good at sort of boxing themselves out, plausible deniability, but the same points from before. He says, is there any direct evidence of it being connected to Biden administration? Anything? Seriously asking, and that was he didn't know people responding. But I can see this kind of building general opinion and from a lot of libertarians. He says, this is Dave Smith saying, I have been a sharp critic of Trump, and he has. And he says, unlike the corporate media, for good reasons, which I agree with completely. He says, this is an utter disgrace to the professed free society. Still on the same page. This conviction is the result of one thing, he says. The shadow government attempting to stop him from becoming president again. Now, right there, I've already made the point. I have a really hard time seeing how anybody can feel that's the case. Right? I mean, so if, again, with the Clinton admission about trying to make sure he was on that final stage that WikiLeaks exposed from the last election, the assumption goes that he just won anyway, or that they didn't expect him to. And it's just, they're very naive, those older opinions, nothing about Dave, with naive opinions to think that was somehow just they mixed up or they didn't see it. They made sure he was there. There's a very clear reason to understand that they wanted Trump, in my opinion, to be the person that was there. And I don't even think they pulled all those cards yet. Blaming the shot on him is something that's a kind of common understanding of possibility that they can, if they needed to, eventually they could say, well, it was all his fault and we just didn't notice. Or any other thing. Collapsing of the country in general. People have talked about if they needed to shift a great reset conversation, they could blame it all on Trump. We can see how that can work out. And a lot of other bigger discussions, even to the point of where maybe he is not what he appears to be. Gasp. But I think it's a problem that we can pretend that the shadow government, and there's a lot of different opinions about what that means, attempting to stop him, even though he was already there, even though the idea that would represent means that your vote translates to the outcome, that they literally allow you to potentially manipulate like I always make this point. If we're to believe that these engineers, that Dave and any one of us would argue clearly with the COVID-19 injection, the Great Reset conversation, any number of things are planning long-term plans to manipulate, to control, right down to the core from the White House in general. And then we would argue that they're going to go, okay, we have this dead plan laid out, but we're going to let them vote for it or vote for a person. And let's just cross our fingers and hope that they vote the right way. I don't know why that it's my same point about Hamas and Israel and the election in 2006. It certainly could be the way it worked out. And maybe it's just because they wanted to, I don't even know what I could facetiously make a point about right there. But it's kind of hard for me to believe that they would allow something like that to happen while they're calling them terrorists. Or in this case, that they would allow you to have a possible effect on their outcome of a long-term plan that they've created to control your life. I find that to be crazy. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope that he is exactly what they want him to be. Not Dave in particular, but anybody out there supporting Trump all the way through. I really, really hope that I'm wrong about it. Now, Tucker Carlson says it to the extreme, and I think this is where a lot of this trickles down from. He says, import the third world, become the third world, which, on a first note, the idea of the third world conversation is a very archaic understanding of the world that doesn't even really apply. And this is something that was created by the Western world to frame the rest as lesser than or not, that when there are just flat out differences on societal and how people live in different countries. And the West tends to put their lens over it and say, they're not in the right path until they're doing it like us, even though they do not want what we're giving them. Not even what we're pretending to offer, understand, especially what we're giving them, or the government is. But what he's clearly implying there, at least if I'm reading it correctly, and you tell me what you think, is that immigration, illegal immigrants. How in the world are we connecting this back to illegal immigration or weaponized migration? Is that really the argument here, that this is about, so we're importing the third world, which means what? People from other countries that our governments are destroying, and that they're somehow lesser than because they're from a different country, the third world, which implies that they're, I don't know, different to the way that it would degrade our country. I just find that to be wildly insulting. But he goes, that's what we just saw. So immediately connecting that to what just happened with Trump, saying this won't stop Trump. Maybe I'm misunderstanding his point. You let me know. He says he'll win the election, which again, I think he's already the choice. I don't think it's about electing anybody. I think he's been selected for this next presidency, which even if he wins, I'm sure they'll disagree with. But he says, if he's not killed first, I just think that's crazy, man. And I don't understand why people can't see the kind of, anyway, I don't want to be personal with it. At the end of the day, it's an irresponsible thing. You could simply argue that, but that suggests again that he's the honest person fighting for freedom, and then they're trying to stop him, possibly, like a JFK style would be the perception, which he has been a champion of a lot of the things, including Israel, which even the Republicans right now are recognizing has an outsized influence over what our government acts and wants. And so how do you rectify that? How do you reconcile those things? He says, but it does mark the end of the fairest justice system in the world. Really, I don't even think his audience believes that. How can we look at how about this? How about we can take examples over the last 10 years of Republicans highlighting how the justice system has been weaponized against them. And now this is the end of come on, it's been going on like this forever. And it's not new. This is one example against one person. Now, yes, it's a former president, but it is still not new. But this does, because it's all about framing it around Trump and this whole it's all pivoting around him. Because this is about two-party politics, it's because it's about maintaining the status quo and convincing you, just like I did last time, that this is the guy that will save everything. Or just like every other president in our history that didn't end up doing that. And it says anyone who defends this verdict is a danger to you and your family. That kind of thing. This is the divide and conquer. What, like you're not allowed to have a different opinion? Now because somebody thinks that he was guilty, if they're wrong about that they're a danger to your family? I just find that to be ridiculous. But my opinion about this in general. Ask David Icke what he thinks about the mainstream alternative media, which is what we're looking at right now. Now, what I find hilarious, by the way, is just Michael Rappaport, who is just one of the most ridiculously stupid people on the internet right now, and I'm not just talking about the Gaza conversation, but he's, if you want to look for Trump derangement syndrome, just look through his timeline from back when Trump was president. These guys just freaks out about this. And interestingly now, because he's outwardly and aggressively supporting Israel, which he always has, but he's been making statements that are very much on the side of continuing to support the genocide. You get a guy who then goes, hey, I'm predicting that Trump will win the election in 2024. Just bet money on it. Doesn't that seem silly? So wait, the guy that you said was going to end the world is now on your side because he supports Zionism? Doesn't show you that Zionism seems to be this hinging point for all of the, yes, I find that to be shocking. And even supporters down here going, you're so close to getting it. Just join the Trump side no matter what. And just, I just think it's really telling. But you guys can decide for yourselves why that would make sense, where somebody who was absolutely hating him isn't for until, suddenly now he's saying he'll win. I just think that's interesting. Now here, Carrie Wedler makes some good points here. And she, responding to the whole thing, says, I couldn't care less about Trump and some hush money. And this is the point that angers people, because to a lot of people, especially really on the left and right of the side of the paradigm, this is the biggest moment. We've been waiting for Trump to get taken down, or the rights that we knew he's going to be like, if you don't care about this, you don't care about the country, like that, like Trump, Tucker just did. Anybody that thinks different is a threat to your family. Like, that's lunacy to me. Certainly could be true in some sense, in some cases, but to just broad stroke anybody who disagrees because they're watching the wrong channel or because they only trust either side, including Tucker, that's crazy. But by saying this is not to suggest that there are not important points in this, but to suggest that it's a very small thing in the context of what's going on in the world right now. And she says, I also don't expect the government to hold him accountable for the deaths of countless civilians overseas with his escalation of bombings or his appointments of defense contractors and other corporate hacks or his role in wrecking the economy with rampant spending and debt. This trial is distraction theater. Now, that is something that I agree with, even if you believe that if you believe it's politically motivated, if you believe it's about stopping him from becoming president, I still believe it's distraction theater. I believe that's what this ultimately comes down to, especially because I don't believe your vote translates to the outcome. Robert just chimes in response, says, not defending Trump, but I fail to see the difference here between him and any of his predecessors. I know COVID makes him stand out for many reasons, which it's kind of shocking to say, seeing as how he still supports the shot. He says, but I don't have enough space to list Obama's war crimes, George Bush's war crimes, the housing crash in both watches. And she goes, this is precisely my point. He's not different. He's just another warmongering politician who's reckless with human life, spending your money and threatening your freedom. If you can truly understand that and remove the personal side of this, or the left-right paradigm, he's just another president in a long line of presidents that have continued to remove your rights and break the law. But that's exactly the problem, is that an entire apparatus, an entire industry has been built around the belief that Trump is the one trying to change all that. Same thing happened with Obama. Same thing happened as far back as you can look. Carrie and I and the rest of us will be saying this yet again 4 years from now, 10 years, the same thing. And the same thing will happen. And hopefully we can move more people in the right direction slowly. Lastly, on this segment, Alon Mizrahi points out Trump's trial and conviction on accusations no one can even explain or understand, who is an establishment figure we want nothing to do with, brings home a truth that I think many of us feel in our bones, which can be stated as we are living in a simulation. Now, he says, I don't mean scientifically, I mean politically and culturally, sort of like a bubble in a sense. He says, you see, Hamas's October 7th operation has become a catalyst and the greatest unmasking event in modern history. That, I agree with. That's what I've been trying to encapsulate with my shows for a long time now, that this is a massive change that is not just about the left-right paradigm or the campus protest. It's about something much bigger that are trying to force into that. They're trying to force that square peg in that round hole. And it's working for some, but it's not working overall, in my opinion. But he says it didn't only show us how Zionist the West is. It is increasingly showing us that the whole power structure in the West is an empty, meaningless simulation, and that the power really resides somewhere else entirely. Many of us have been feeling this, vaguely or explicitly, for a long time. And remember, every main candidate right now is overwhelmingly Zionist and pro-Israel. He says, but now understandings are coming to fruition. If the behavior of the US, UK, or France looked strange yesterday, today we begin to grasp that the whole government thing is a hoax, a sting operation, or a pyramid scheme. Now, one point I could make there that I always find fascinating, and Whitney and I have talked about this going a long time back, even before the books came out, the idea about the Prohibition era, even JFK, and there's a lot of overlapping stories about when the government worked with the mob, and it's now public. I forget the operation off the top of my head, but there's a specific name for it. If you say it in the chat, I'll be able to tell you if it's right. And the idea is that this was an operation where they, embedded themselves, or vice versa, with the mob in order to effectively take certain actions. It applied to overseas foreign policy as well as it grew. My one thought has always been: is it not possible that all we ultimately ended up doing with that is meshing with that ideology, that concept, and over time it became the government? Or whether the government just emulated what they saw was a clear, either way you look at it, I think it's an interesting thought process, a thought experiment to ask yourself whether you just think the mob effectively took over our government and just realized, hey, if we just act like them, they've got it locked down. We're not criminals. We do the same things. We steal, rob, and murder, and we get away with all of it because we're government. I think it's interesting. And if you haven't read Whitney's books, by the way, it's an important part of that dynamic is to understand how criminal. I think the opening part of her book 1 is pretty much about that. The idea that this is the time frame it actually starts with a specific moment in time where you can see where that began. It's fascinating. But he says, if we had our doubts about whose interest this or that, wait, did I miss? Yeah. If we had our doubts about whose interest this or that figure in power really serves, now we are closing in on the realization that they are all just hired actors. The whole thing, the elections, the counts, the media, the courts, the media, the education system, the economic institutions, none of those actually serve its stated purpose or is as advertised. Their main objective is not to fulfill any pragmatic objective or solve any real problem. Their only reason for existing is to fool us into believing that they have any real world, as in the external layer of reality we think is the real thing, related considerations. Now realize this is the important thing in my point, his point, but the point I'm making in general, is that if we pretend that you can just vote somebody in to change that, you're missing the point. If you believe that's the reality, it's not about the wrong person in place, it's about the entire system. He says, we are beginning to understand that power is not generated by popular consent. I mean, and it certainly could be, would be my point, but right now that's not the case. He says, which means power has fabricated an entire field of pseudo processes to basically BS us into cooperating in what is slavery or subjugation presented as democracy. And you could make a fair argument that democracy itself is exactly that. Mob rule is the easiest thing to manipulate, or one of the easiest. It says the only way out of this is out of this. No elections or media coverage will ever change this reality. Those mechanisms cannot operate in a way that contradicts their hardwired settings. It is not that this side or that side failed. Exactly. It is the whole system. And it is failing not because of bad policy or bad decision-making. It is failing because it was constructed to fool people, not to govern them properly. And we are now waking up to that. And again, I argue it's because of the larger things we're seeing, specifically the way Israel responded after this. You have to realize how important that was to come out. I mean, not just rip the mask off, but I mean, we're going emperor wears no clothes level, like to the point where it's like completely demonstrating the diametric opposite of everything they claim they're fighting for. How in the world even to this point that they keep trying to defend that? I think it's just because they have no option. How do you admit that your chief ally that's been building that with you suddenly is the exact opposite, if not literally the things that you claim you've been fighting all this time? I mean, that's important. He says, we have never been able to, oh wait, I missed this right here. No, that's right. We have never been able to, he says, influence how our countries work through voting. I completely agree with that. Or appeal to courts. None of us ever. He says, show me whoever voted even one and doesn't feel jaded. The more you vote, the more jaded you become, unless you belong to an establishment privileged group and you try to BS society into believing your privilege is the result of the free choice of the people. He says, our only way out of this is creating new political structures, new media structures, new education structures, new everything. And not in no way, I think, is he or myself advocating for a great reset direction. If anything, it's the reset direction that Derek Rose lays out in regard to how we go the other way. And there are other options. If you haven't seen the greater reset and his just presentations on that, I recommend it. He says, we must divorce our hopes, intentions, and activism completely from it. The old system is dead and dysfunctional as a certain president. And Biden is referencing. And if you're an American and you feel you just have to vote, I'll tell you what I think you should do in a different post. Keep following. Yeah, I'm sure you could guess what he's going to say. The point is that that's not, that's the hamster wheel. Not that it always is or is only ever going to be, but right now that is what we're dealing with. I strongly believe that. Now, let's talk about a lot of overlapping stories that I think are connected to the very same thing. Whether we're talking about voting. I mean, look at it like this. There's a lot of people that think they're going to vote for RFK Jr. just on this one issue, just because of medical freedom, which there's by far nobody in this discussion, at least if you now believe everything he said, which we should question now based on what's going on, but that his work has still been excellent on that conversation. There's nobody better based on what he's done so far. But if we're talking about just going through that same process, and this process is allowed to get us where we are, you're banking on the idea that that one person will make the difference in a system that's built at the very least to not allow that, if not none of them being honest. So this is about collapsing athletes, or rather just the ongoing fallout from the thing that Donald Trump still supports, and all of them seemingly allow and support. Chief Nerd highlights this. Experts are trying to, quote, unravel the mystery behind the rise in heart attacks. No joke. That's literally where we still are with this conversation. And I'll just play it for you. So he just quotes the actual, this is a corporate media breakdown. I think it's ABC. Now, this actual event happened, I believe, last year in October, but this is being covered now. And don't misunderstand, this is continuing to this very day. Just because it's not being highlighted as much, there are still children and athletes and everybody having heart attacks. The point is, it's gotten so far away from the peak that even myself, I find it hard to continue to say that. I mean, we should ask questions about all of it, but to the point to where you would frame it in a show or highlight it and say, this could be that, it's just hard to say. And that's what they bank on, that we've gotten so far away from it that they can say, well, who knows at this point? But the reality should be based on the prevalence of that problem, not just myocarditis even, but just heart problem, blood clot, everything. That of course that needs to be asked, especially as you stand back and look at the shocking increase in excess mortality across the world, and in particular heart problems in the group that are the most vaccinated. I mean, that's stupidly obvious.
P.S. Escobar runs to control his physical and mental health.
Bye, Matias!
The 38-year-old fine-tuning his mind and body with years of triathlons. Until last October, when the unthinkable happened. Matias collapsed at the end of a race from a heart attack.
How close to death did you come?
I was dead for several minutes.
You were dead?
I mean, my heart stopped beating, and they kept me with CPR for 12 minutes until the ambulance came.
The heroic CPR was caught on camera. His smartwatch recorded what happened to his heart.
So you've got one heartbeat there.
Yes, and then nothing.
For 2 days, he was in a coma. Doctors mystified by how this young man in great shape came so close to death.
Nobody even asked the question. And any of the work, I've looked at 7 different articles on this, and we're going to show you at least one of them. And nobody, not a single person even raises, they're not even raising COVID anymore, which that used to be their go-to, to be like, well, he was sick with COVID, which, and we've proved, by the way, is not I mean, any of these things can influence that direction, whether it's flu or anything, if you still believe that's happening. But what's obvious is that the injection is, overwhelmingly problematic in that direction. And so they used to just kind of redirect it back to COVID with their manipulation. There are studies that have been manipulated to conflate the two things and act like COVID is what's been causing it all. And not even that. Just we're baffled.
Did you eat a lot of red meat?
No.
Did you drink?
What does that mean? Red. So now you see what they're pulling on the actually pulling on the ridiculous little buzz titles. Drinking cool drinks can cause heart attack. Drinking hot drinks can cause heart attacks. Standing in the sun can cause heart attack. Eating red meat, which is one of them, can cause heart attacks. That's your question? Have you eaten red meat today? These people are children.
Very, very little, I would say, social.
How's the stress?
I wasn't a stressed out person at all.
Trying to unravel.
I'm going to leave it there. You can watch the full clip. But of course, one of the things they really try to press as well is that, well, they're triathletes. They're triathletes running a triathlon. Like, of course, that will cause your heart. I mean, it's really the exact opposite. Of course, that there is going to be an increase to a degree, percentage-wise, in people that are pushing themselves like this. And that's simply just because of other things that might have existed, which could certainly be the case here. But at the end of the day, if you actually look at the studies and look at the research, the point is that people in this field who are as healthy as he is, who push themselves like that, are far less likely to end up in that position. And so the point is, clearly, there's every reason to ask what this really is. But they will never ask those questions. Now, here's just, the Today Show highlighting this. Doctor says is part of a growing trend of younger, seemingly healthy adults who have sudden cardiac events. I mean, it's almost laugh out loud ridiculous at this point, right? I mean, but in a very macabre way. People are dying. And then when you get into what this really was, apparently he got the specific issue in the right place, which they call the widowmaker, which is like, it kills. I mean, I guess it's like 2% of people survive this. And we're baffled, young people. How do you not put that together? Like, at least you could say, well, okay, well, let's theorize here, right? Oh, God forbid, right? What could it be? Is there something in the water? Is there a different trend with young people? Okay, you can check those boxes, but then ask the obvious. Is it because of the thing that increases your risk of myocarditis that all these people took? Of course, you'll never have that question, which not anybody with objectivity, an honest person, you have to realize how absurd that is. Not even mentioning it. And here's actually in the article itself, it says he suffered from what ST elevated myocardial infarction, a STEMI, the deadliest type of heart attack. They call it the widowmaker. 2% of people survive that. Now, I will include, before we get into some of the other COVID points that are important, the work we've been doing on this topic going back a long way. This one's, and I believe there was a couple at least that were in the middle of 2021, but this one was from November 6th, 2021. And if you remember, we were covering this and proving this. And I don't mean in the sense that every one of them were the injection. I never even tried to make that claim, but proving that the amount of people, just athletes, by the way, even though there's other people that, highlighted doctors in certain areas or just children in general, or just the entire the number, which is important. But I looked at just athletes. I used I think it was a 6 or 8 year FIFA study. I used an NIH study, and I proved that the amount of athletes that we had seen were, even then, we're in 2021, we're shockingly more than we'd ever seen in a given year. And why that wasn't enough right there to not just say the injection, but go, hold on, there's clearly a problem. But all we got was shutting down the conversation. You're a conspiracy theorist because we know what you're trying to imply. They just blinder, did not want to see it. Those people got people killed. Now, this one was November 8th, a couple days later. Children, athletes are collapsing and dying from sudden cardiac arrest at unprecedented levels. I felt the need to explicitly recite it. But of course, because TLAV, more than anybody, it seems, is suppressed and censored and kept in the corner, it only, we needed someone ridiculous like Stu Peters to make a half claim about it with less information, if any at all, and drive you in a partisan direction and say every single one of them to make sure it looks stupid, which is what ultimately happened. But it got 1 million views, though, guys. That's the world we're in. The point is, this was provable right then. And I'm not going to try to pluck it out. Let me see if I can just grab this one. No, it doesn't pop up. But in this right here, you will find as always, all the source material that proves exactly what I'm saying. And you'll find the studies that I'm discussing. You'll find everything that proves statistically that what was happening was unprecedented right then, right in 2021. As we watched it at its peak, where athletes were dropping like flies on the field, or anchors were collapsing at their desks. It was how about Tiffany Dover? One of the first ones that got it, who just had collapsed after she got it right away. You can call that something other than a heart problem, but it was unreal, the willful ignorance around this conversation. Another one, November 11th, 2 days later, the ongoing cover-up of collapsing athlete myocarditis, sudden cardiac arrest. This one is from June 21st, 2022, simply highlighting again, ending the collapsing athlete debate, which was, we just had more studies proving the same thing going into even to 2022, showing you that at this point into 2022, we were proving that the numbers of athletes and people in general were so far outside the norm that nobody wanted to address. Even right now, no one's addressing it. They're just saying we're baffled. You're not going to see any official capacity, not the CDC, the people who are pretending you're looking out for you, who would even bring this up. Then we have Damar Hamlin, which was a big discussion that really this one exposed a lot for a lot of people because of the way that these anchors, before we even knew what happened, were telling you that there was commotio cordis before we even knew what happened. Somebody who is 10 seconds after it happened, the guy's laying there, and you have people pushing these narratives without even knowing what's going on. And then it got proven explicitly that wasn't even possible based on the timing. Everything. I shouldn't say not possible, but wildly unlikely. And yet, nothing changed. January 6, 2023, the undeniable proof that COVID injections are dangerous and causing collapsing athletes. I just kept nailing this down, and still it didn't go anywhere until certain wrong people made false points about it. August 1st, 2023, collapsing athletes, just continuing to highlight it in my daily coverage. Now, there's plenty more that you can find. But let's go into some other important points that are still highlighting from the defender how this is being ignored. May 29th, this is 2 days ago. Unambiguous excess deaths in Cyprus tied to COVID vaccine rollout. And this is just Cyprus. You can do this, and many have, and I've shown it to you, in any location where there was a high amount of injections. And you can show that it's an overwhelming increase in excess death. There's just no way. Like, if you wanted to pretend, of course, it could be something else. But when you're comparing highly vaccinated, highly injected in COVID-19 injection locations, and they have an increase in excess death, and you look at a country halfway around the world with the same problem at the same time, at the same exact, I mean, you can't pretend like that is, some unique, different problem that happened at the same time in different ways. Anybody logical already knows what this is. And it says Cyprus saw a substantial, statistically significant increase in mortality from all causes in late 2021 and early 2022, according to a study. Researchers from Cyprus, the University of Liverpool, and Harvard University, that complete fringe location that's fake news and, fake science, right? Found that during the third and fourth quarters of 2021, total deaths in the island nation increased 34% and 11.8% respectively. And that's in regard to the two different years. So in the peak in 2021, 34% increase. That's a shocking increase. Cyprus began its COVID-19 vaccine rollout in December 2020, but its peaks in monthly vaccination rates occurred right then. I just find it impossible. It's overwhelming, the kind of willful ignorance we're seeing. Now, in regard to the people that are suffering from this, the ones that either chose to trust their government or didn't see the information we were sharing as the independent media or anybody else being honest about this, are being denied the claims, even as these things are being admitted. Like as they're admitting the myocarditis or the blood clots or, in fringe small ways, this is probably going to blow your mind, even though this is happening. I didn't realize it was this small. Listen to this. The amount of people that they're actually allowing to get, some kind of payout for a provable, and I mean provable, because that's what we're discussing, vaccine side effects. So there's plenty out there that they would argue you can't prove. But I argue even then there should be some kind of, we know these people are in some cases are still being hurt and they're just denying that. Like someone like Maddie DeGarry from the very beginning, from a trial that is still being denied because they claim she just had a stomach ache and she's still in a wheelchair, for crying out loud. But these are cases that have been, I'll let it speak for itself. This is unbelievable.
COVID was a thing? Well, some who received.
By the way, I hate that opening. Remember when the COVID was a thing? Like in and of itself, that's sort of like trying to put it in the rearview mirror. For a lot of people, this has never stopped.
The vaccine sure do. Almost 9,000 Americans have filed injury claims saying that the vaccine, all forms of it, caused them serious side effects.
Now, 9,000 is a number taken out of what they've allowed to go through this process. So you have to realize there is a hell of a lot more. As we all know, VAERS or yellow card, look at anywhere in the world in the system that even they tell you not to look to, that they still use, by the way. It's overwhelming the amount of people that are claiming that they have a side effect. And yes, of course, some of them could be wrong or associated with that, even though it's something else. But it's overwhelming. And this is only what they've allowed. And then guess how many from what they've allowed to go through the process that they've actually allowed to get compensation for what the government did to them.
Now, few of these claims have succeeded, however. Reason Magazine's Cristian reports that for injuries related to the vaccine, the government's Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program has paid only eight of those claimants.
That's 8. Singular 8. Under 10. 8 claims, guys. Do you realize how absurd that is? Even when they have admitted this stuff, when we have studies, peer-reviewed science, autopsies that show people riddled with mRNA and spike protein, and we're talking about 8, even as they still refuse somebody like the people that got injured in their own trials. It's obscene.
A recent New York Times article explained why so little had been paid out, writing, quote, "The government's understaffed compensation fund has paid so little because it officially recognizes few side effects for COVID vaccines."
Oh, and of course, you have to slip in understaffed, totally not our fault, right?
And vaccine supporters, including federal officials, worry that even a whisper of possible side effects feeds into misinformation spread by a vitriolic anti-vaccine movement.
That's actually what the New York Times wrote. Right. So while you're acknowledging that 8 people of all of the things they put through that you could prove are getting something and probably pennies, that they're stating that, well, we can't just look at all of them because that would cause vaccine hesitancy. You mean hesitancy, the vaccine that's killing people? I mean, what is the logic there? Of course, they don't think that, but that's what the facts show. That's just crazy to me. Now, Kurt Malberg, in regard to Australia, highlights how they're hiding this. This is in Australia, but this is the same thing that's happening everywhere in different ways. She says almost 500 submissions to an Australian Senate inquiry. Now, not in regard to filing for injury, but this is about trying to get something on the record in regard to the Senate, an inquiry into the COVID era abuses, which we can prove today, 500 of them have been censored by the committee overseeing the probe. She says, today I published an exclusive report on this scandal. 477 of the 559 submissions made by the Australian citizens and organizations have been hidden from public view. Now, does that sound like democracy to you? So these are people that have a right to be heard and that you have a right to know what's going on. You're paying for this with your tax dollars, aren't you? And they just block it from your view. In other words, she says 85% of the documents have been censored. And there's links in here for you to read further. She says over 30% of the submissions have been blacklisted entirely. How does that sound? That's an authoritarian government. And I'll make a point later in the show about Israel and Haaretz and how they're literally censoring. I mean, like to the most obvious example of the word, black bars over the writing on their articles. Not a joke, but because of the censor in Israel saying you can't say that. Free press, though. Let's support free press, right, Biden or Trump? It says the names of the people and orgs that submitted them have been changed to confidential. No hyperlinks to docs provided. She authored one of the submissions. It was 17,500 words long and had 100 plus footnotes. Ironically, one of the main abuses we decried in our submission was censorship during the COVID era. Today, there is no evidence of the Parliament of Australia website that our submissions even exist. She says the group is the Canberra Declaration submission included whistleblower testimonies from Aboriginal Australians who reported severe human rights abuses in outback communities. And we've seen examples, especially in Australia and New Zealand, in fact, of forced vaccination in these continents, or in Africa especially. It says one of these was from Professor Wanta Pawu from the University of Melbourne, who has alleged that many Indigenous Aussies were coerced into being injected and later died as a result of the jabs. Now, there's a difference between being coerced and then being forced. I argue it's clearly in the same vein, but my point is there were people that were literally held down. And by the way, it looks like Instagram just censored our show yet again. Happens seemingly every other show these days. And remember, there was a point where they just blocked us from going entirely, which is probably going to happen again soon. But it's all coming down. Same old for TLAV. Now, on top of that, Paul Thacker highlights this interesting development, which you can watch for yourself. There's like 2 clips I'll include for you to watch, which really shouldn't be surprising to those of us that know because it was provable years ago. But for this to be on the record is crazy to me. Tony Fauci's deputy, David Morenz, admitted in this hearing you can watch that he deleted government records and conspired with EcoHealth Alliance's Peter Daszak to restore Daszak's grant. At the hearing's end, Moren's lawyer, well, that's actually not relevant, but it's weirdly, he does walk up to him and whisper, tie your shoes. I don't know if that means anything. It just seemed like he was just telling him, don't trip on your shoelace. But you can read this for yourself and watch it. It's very, very clear. There's an important clip, longer one, broken down by Josh Walkos here, 13 minutes of the most important parts of this. NIH senior scientific advisor and Tony Fauci's right-hand man having his incriminating emails read back to him. He literally deleted information in order to facilitate the process. And this doesn't change the story. I mean, my point is that this kind of stuff in Congress rarely ends up changing the outcome or changing the future outcomes. How do we not, like I said with Clinton and the pay-to-play scenario, like Mizrahi pointed out, a lot of it seems to just be political theater and to get you to think something's moving. Sadly, seems pretty obvious right now. Now, I'll include this link. This is a newer one. We've talked about Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance many times since 2020 forward, but this was about 2023 when, even though he was still being criticized to this very day, that they had restarted his work. Now, right now, there was obviously, they had stopped because of what was going on. My point is that I promise you, whether it's through EcoHealth Alliance and Daszak himself, that this stuff is still happening. I proved that to you many times over the years, that right when even Trump pulled the funding from the Wuhan lab, that at that moment, there was multiple labs in China still working on the same things. And now it's later come out admitting that, yeah, we do gain a function with China. It's obvious. But of course, during the partisan back and forth, it was about Trump calling it out, even though it was not what was happening. Sort of like the shell game about pulling funding for, WHO and giving it to Gavi, which then gave it to WHO, and they all pretended he stopped something. Partisanship tends to circumvent logic. This is called Revisiting Fort Detrick, the Vaping Overlap, COVID Origins as EcoHealth restarts coronavirus work. And that work is still happening, by the way. Now I wanted to play this clip because it really is chilling to watch this. not just because they were wrong and because they were, propagandizing, but the really dark way that it became, very Red Scare-esque, the McCarthyism kind of, where they were telling you if you were unvaccinated that you were the problem, that you were dangerous, that you were going to get, and obviously was the opposite. And I mean, that's even the people that took those shots now quietly don't take them anymore, even though it's the drive to get people to take them has clearly drifted away, at least for now. But remember, there was a moment right there, shot 4 or 5, where the government was going, you need this next one. And they didn't do it. I think at max, it went to like 15%, right? That was their own numbers. So that has to show you a huge portion of that 70% of people that were like, I've taken 4 because I thought you were right, but I don't like this anymore. My teeth are falling out. I'm having heart attacks and, whatever it is. Like, I don't want it. Or they saw their neighbor collapse. The point is that something shifted. And so my point is, even they know now that this was wrong and they just don't want to admit it to themselves or to the world. And here, nonetheless, is what they were telling you. And you all remember this. It's chilling.
Are down. These civilized people, they'll eat each other.
You are the unvaccinated. You are the problem. It is the unvaccinated who are the problem. Period. End of story.
The only people that you can blame, this isn't shaming, this is the truth. Maybe they should be shamed, are the unvaccinated.
It's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks.
Anyone you came into contact with will blame you, as will the rest of us who have done the right thing by getting vaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
I think it's time to get our moral house in order, Anderson. It's the unvaccinated who are the threat.
All of us vaccinated folks are going to start wearing masks to protect the unvaccinated folks. It's called a Christian value.
You're basically punishing the vaccinated for the sins of the unvaccinated.
People are not behaving honorably. The unvaccinated are basically saying, well, it's open season for me. I can do whatever I want as well.
The unvaccinated are basically beating their breasts and running around the country saying, we don't care, we're living free and so forth.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
The unvaccinated, a group that includes children and people acting like children. And the rest of us are starting to get pissed off.
The vaccinated feel the unvaccinated are making me upset or angry.
This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No. Screw your freedom.
The other day, Howard Stern weighed in with a much different approach. Take a look.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? Their freedom.
But you're treading on our freedom and you're making other people sick, and really you're killing other people.
The anti-vaxxers, they seem to have a thing for death and home remedies.
The anti-maskers turned anti-vaxxers are not just putting their own lives at risk. If that was the issue, we could just say that we can watch them compete to win place or show in the Darwin Awards.
We have to start doing things for the greater good of society and not for idiots who think that they can do their own research.
And don't get me started on the lunatics who won't take any of the COVID vaccines.
Life is too short to be an ass. Life is way too short to be ignorant of the promise of something that is helping people worldwide.
Maybe you're doing it because you're disconnected or disorganized. Maybe you have some sympathetic psychological reasons, but maybe you're just being antisocial.
Oh, you can't shame them. You can't call them stupid. You can't call them silly. Yes, they are.
Those who are not vaccinated will end up paying the price.
The unvaccinated should be taxed. They should pay more for health care.
We need to start looking at the choice to remain unvaccinated the same as we look at driving while intoxicated.
We're going to see, and I've said, almost two types of America.
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy.
Pointing back to the unvaccinated who are really creating a problem in this country, every death that we are seeing from COVID could have been prevented.
Literally, the only people dying are the unvaccinated. And for those of you spreading misinformation, shame on you. Shame on you. Wow. I don't know how some of you sleep at night.
It's unreal. Almost everything said there, whether about masks or it's proven now to be wrong. Now, many of them still have yet to even acknowledge that. But it's just mind-blowing, isn't it? How they can be radicalized. Like, this is the whole point about the weaponization of this stuff, or the radicalization. They always point to, look at them getting radicalized by conspiracy theory. That's what's really happening right there. And people got wildly caught up in that. And I think that most of them just did, whether they didn't care or were too stupid to recognize. And there was clearly a point at which they saw and didn't care to look anymore, or knew and didn't acknowledge it. But there were still then people that allowed that knew and didn't care. In any case, it really is mind-blowing to me that we can go through a time like that, and there are still people like, look, I don't even care if you think that they should have still gotten the injection that's killing people. That's your thing to deal with. But to pretend like that wasn't wildly unconstitutional, that they didn't challenge and then violate almost every single thing that they said they wouldn't do, it's really incredible to me. Like whether it's about the idea of forcing you to get a shot, or the mask, or the suppression, or the lockdowns. I mean, in the beginning, and remember, this was begun in Trump's time. It was allowed and built in Trump's era and handed off to Biden, which continued it. The Defense Production Act, the emergency itself, that is still to this day allowing the things that some of which they're doing through that emergency, that, by the way, was kind of an indefinite extension for some angles of that through the FDA. We've talked about this. It's really incredible. And as I said here, all of them were wrong or lying about every aspect of that story. Nothing new there. And yet they're all still leading the conversation in the two-party illusion, whether left or right, understand. That's what blows my mind. Whether it's Iraq or any other story that they can get famously wrong, or how about Russiagate and Maddow? Like, embarrassingly wrong. And somehow they just zombie walk forward because this is not honest. It's not real. And like I said, since it was indeed both sides, guys, in different ways that pushed the illusion, despite the effort to remember it otherwise, which is a huge part of this right now. It was only those Democrats. Come on, guys. It's just about different sides together achieving the illusion. That's the two-party illusion for you in general. Now, on another extension of this that's going forward now, I've mentioned it briefly a couple of times, but I wanted to highlight this because I continue to see this eke forward. I haven't seen any real, similar kind of hype like we saw before COVID-19, the illusion therein. But as Camus points out, now the third farm worker has been infected, they claim, with bird flu, which, could just be flu for all we know, or nothing at all, or a PCR test, or any number of the same games that they're still using. But he says CDC says transmission has been tied to the dairy outbreak, which, of course, the cows, all these different overlaps. All three cases were independent of each other, they say. Now, here's what I keep pointing out. Not even just the idea that this can spread from a cow to a chicken to a bird. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And the logic, as we were told before the COVID-19 era kind of broke everything, at least the illusion of the narrative they had, is that we're supposed to believe that this is something that if it changes, it doesn't just sit. Like, the idea being that if this has jumped into a human, what's the logic that says that then it's still hasn't become human-to-human transmission? Like, the idea being that if it's mutated to infect humans, well, then it would go on to continue to infect humans. That either shows you, if this is in any way real, that it's not dangerous enough to be a problem because it just did sick to the guy and nothing ever changed, or it's not even real, or I guess even on top of that, that this is being conflated with something else I said first. But the idea that this would jump to three separate individuals and we're still pretending like we haven't yet seen the big moment of human-to-human transmission. Well, this is my point about the illusion of all of this. And here's another point. He says the U.S. government is now, of course, to fund Moderna's mRNA bird flu vaccine trial. This is the point that we've been making the entire time. Now, for all we know, this could be something that is not even there, or just the conflation of other things. And it's about maintaining and pushing the direction of the mRNA platform, which, by the way, even Fauci and the rest admitted didn't work. It's self-evident that it did not work. In fact, the reality being that it seems to have been designed to hurt people. But in any case, here we go again, at least in the injection. Now, you have to ask yourself, what you think caused this in the first place? Was this a larger military operation? I think that's quite frankly obvious. But if that's the case, then would they be incapable of manufacturing an illusion or making it happen to drive some kind of agenda? Of course, they've done this countless times to you. But you could take it a step further back and realize that at Moderna, who seems to be completely and entirely invested in this direction, Would they not be capable of lying about this or pushing something or working in tangent with the government to make, of course they're possible. And I think this is partly what happened before. So what we're really seeing is the agenda continue in the context of what they're going to be giving you. But if it doesn't have a need, then why is it being done in the first place? Are we really going to pretend that they're going to spend money on something for millions of injections to just have to do nothing with? At the very least, I can see a plan to push this out as some kind of prophylactic argument, which makes no sense at all. Just everybody get this shot just in case. Like that's the kind of game they played before. But it says according to the Financial Times, H5N1 bird flu viruses can currently spreading among wild birds, causing outbreaks in poultry and dairy cows. Like that alone. So now we're just pretending it can jump between species with no different. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. Now, maybe I don't understand it. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has also detected the virus in the nation's milk supply. Okay, has that been proven? Has this been isolated in that regard? Have we proven that that's what we're talking about? Or is it just some, the narratives get pushed really quickly. And if it's in the milk supply, why is there not a shockingly outbreak spreading around the country right now? Why is nobody asking these questions? Like it doesn't add up. Now, here is the one of the study pages. The Health and Human Services advances plan. This is as of May 22nd of this year to produce 4.8 million H5N1 vaccine doses. So this is already happening. And just to highlight a couple points, it says she also said discussions are still underway. She's highlighting that there are other, whether they're debating what would be the key triggers for deploying these doses. Now, you understand what that means, which is alarming to me. They're available. If you wanted to try to go and get this because you think you're safe, that's there. What they mean by deploying them is a la COVID-19 era, and that terrifies me. But it says she also said discussions are still underway with mRNA vaccine makers Pfizer and Moderna, with an announcement expected soon on how the companies might be involved in the vaccine development. You just don't marshal that massive thing for an unknown. I mean, even if you want to say that that's the only way they're maintaining the support for this platform, you're still paying for that with your tax dollars. That's why my point would be that if the government's doing this, why in the world, if this is something that's unknown and it's just in case, why is the government the one paying for it? Shouldn't this be Moderna making these so they can make a profit off their product? That's because this has been a government funded and what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sure you know the word I'm looking for. It has been a government controlled and influenced and funded project from the beginning. And this isn't COVID because, well, it's an emergency and we have to step in. But now if we're at a different place in all that, why is that still the argument that the government would fund that? It says Nareev Shah, MD, JD, Principal Deputy Director at the Center for the CDC, said potential trigger factors might include a change in transmission propensity, such as human to human, in addition to animal to human spread. I just don't see how that makes any sense. If it's spread to humans, that means it can spread to other humans, period. And it says, and any sign of increased illness severity, which is a game they can play all day long. But so this is where it comes into the argument, the reality that the CDC is a vaccine salesman. I mean, literally, the idea that the CDC is the one that buys these things. And so now you're in a position where your government has an interest in maintaining that process. Not because it's helping you, but because it's about keeping the process going. Even if at some level they convince themselves it's for a greater good. Now here is the Financial Times, and this is as of today. The U.S. is now close to a deal to bankroll Moderna bird flu vaccine trial. They're paying for it. Even though if we're talking about Moderna's product for something that hasn't happened yet, shouldn't that be Moderna's responsibility? The whole point is because they've outsourced this to the government, so there's no accountability for these companies. It's all profit, no risk. And apparently that's for your benefit, they say. How'd that work out last time? Now, on this note, I wanted to highlight a great article that came out today on our Substack, written by Zoe Smith. She's the one that wrote My Life in the Thrill Kill Medical Cult. And it is also for TLAV Substack. And this was the conversation as a medical coder. Actually, I thought I should grab let me see if this pops up. Shoot. I'll try to include it afterward. We just interviewed her as well. And it was a great discussion. Now, the point is that this is Unbelievable. This overlaps with the ICD-10 code conversation and how these things were used and the tracking of it all. This goes deeper. And it's highlighted medical surveillance and the illusion of medical privacy. Remember, was a medical coder, immersed in this. As I love how she framed it last time in their interview, a whole Sim City view, essentially, of all the different groups that submit their codes for what they're dealing with. And she was kind of the central point for all of that. They were the coders. And she goes over this and highlights the AI systems that are being used by pretty much every medical establishment at this point, and that they're outsourcing this to a way, or wrong word, I guess, but sort of, outsourcing it to AI, I guess, to where it allows this kind of incestuous relationship of the information that is completely accessible by the wrong people. Many don't realize they're the wrong people. They would think the, medical establishment is somehow on your side. I don't know why we would still think that today, but that you're recognizing that there's an illusion of medical privacy in every way, even when it comes to the companies involved. But on top of that, the contact tracing and the manipulation therein is a very important part of this whole manipulation. And the main point for me that she highlights is the lack of privacy and the AI systems using that going forward and how that can clearly be weaponized against us. It's a very important read. And part 2 will be coming out soon on our Substack. I also want to highlight a big shout out to UK Column for having Taylor on for an interview about this. And they actually put out a kind of a truncated, I think it's a 1-hour version of this interview that we put together that Taylor knocked out of the park for the Last American Vagabond. If you don't remember, I think this is it right here. Oops. There we go. I'll include for you the interview with Anna Burkhardt, the late Anna Burkhardt. And it's a very powerful interview that proves with his own research and autopsies as one of the leading people in this field at the time that this was because of the injection. And we've also been putting out clips on our Substack, which I'll also include right now, of a lot of specific highlights, like this one. Rapid aging, scarring of the arteries, a side effect of the COVID injections. Now, all of these are based on the Anna Burkhardt interview. And Taylor does a great breakdown of each one of these points and giving you a lot of detailed information, source material, and always linking it back to the full interview. If you have not seen this, I highly recommend you check it out. It's powerful. Now, yesterday was the, anniversary, for lack of a better word, of his death. It's something that I think is important to look into. But make sure you check this stuff out. Now, again, a shout out to UK Column for having this on, to giving it a lot of reach. I just appreciate the shout out to TLAV in general. If you guys haven't looked at UK Column and their work in general, I highly recommend that you do. Let me include these for the show notes. And by the way, I just did a great presentation for Doctors for COVID Ethics. I believe they're going to be putting it out on their platform, but it was sort of a presentation about my perspective of a lot of different things on mainstream alternative media, manipulation, censorship, as well as a larger discussion around the direction of all of this and medical freedom and a lot of different stuff. I thought it was really important. Now, lastly, on this segment, I wanted to highlight something Arnaud Bertrand highlighted. And this is in regard to the growing element of what they call pre-bunking. And this is exactly for the reason you'd expect, whether it's what we just discussed or everything else we discussed today. It's about trying to get ahead of the losing battle they're currently waging against information. And he writes, this new pre-bunking initiative by von der Leyen. Was that, I forget, I'm saying her name wrong all of a sudden. Let's see. Probably not gonna be able to spell it properly. See if that gets it. No, that's not gonna work. But anyway, the head of the EU dictatorship, von der Leyen. Give me the full name in the chat, so I'm not saying it incorrectly. The point is that this is not just her; it's coming out everywhere. The U.S. government has their own version. It's a very prominent conversation right now. Ursula is the first name, I think, and he says that this initiative is immensely dystopian and should scare the hell out of you because it's fundamentally changing Europe's relationship with reality. Or maybe this will be the name in here somewhere. There she is right there. Ursula von der Leyen, I think. Yeah, von der Leyen. Just so you understand for the podcast anyway, exactly who that is. And so the point is, she says, let's take the example of Gaza, because given her unequivocal support of Israel to date, which still is shocking to me at this point, He says, I'm sure she'd have loved to pre-bunk people's minds with a lot of Israeli propaganda. Pre-bunking, if it's going to be effective, basically involves defining an official government-backed, quote, truth in order to define opposing viewpoints as, quote, disinformation. It's fundamentally different from debunking because debunking involves exposing the falseness of an information that's existing out there with proofs and rigor. For pre-bunking, however, by definition, there's nothing to debunk because it's a process that occurs before. So it's just simply preemptive propaganda, or I guess even just propaganda. It says, which means it's a fundamentally different approach to dealing with our understanding of the world that we live in. Rather than constructing it based on existing facts, which we try to analyze and derive meaning from, she wants our understanding of the world to be based on an official narrative. It's exactly the point in all these governments. And when facts do finally occur, to analyze them through the framework of that narrative. And if it's challenging, it's fake. That's the mindset of this. I doubt it's going to work unless there's something larger pushing this. But it says it essentially brings us back to a world before the Enlightenment where religion and myths defined our understanding of the world instead of approaching it with rationality, which, by the way, is what a lot of people are pointing out right now. We seem to be reverting back into this tribal ritual. Like we're basing these things on personal belief as opposed to facts in the paradigm prominently. And it says it would be the triumph of dogma versus seeking truth from facts. Again, it's quite easy to imagine how that'd work for Gaza if, much like Israel society, we'd been plunged in the official Zionist narrative, we have reached, as they do, believing there is no innocence in the Gaza population. The scary thing is that the West is already a big part of the way there. Ideology and dogma are already way too prevalent in the way we approach the world, and it's extremely damaging. The right direction is away from that, and very much not to make it official and double down as this horrible woman is suggesting. 100% agree. Now, in another discussion, in regard to a larger story that we've already broken down countless times, like the collapsing athlete story, that is, there's a at least becoming more prominent conversation about what happened recently. And we talked about this as long back when we were actually kind of on the tail end of this, that there's already been a change in their policy, or England sort of paused all this stuff, which I found wildly, I mean, while they were shoving this down people's throats, they were quietly going, oh, I don't know, I mean, we have to kind of pause this or stop giving it, which was obvious. But here's the story. This goes back to June of 2023, just showing you that this is not new. England's health service says it won't give puberty blockers to children at gender clinics, which really should be a huge thing because of how much they push this. And I'm talking from the highest levels of power, pushing this as if you were a disgusting person for even pretending like this could hurt somebody. Then this one was from April 2024. England bans puberty blockers for minors. So this was the story. This was in April. So it's weird how this got very little coverage. I already knew this was the direction it was going. I covered it already, but the official banning of it, I think, is pretty powerful. This was on Forbes. Now here is directly from, and I think this is what caught the attention of the people covering it, like as of the last couple of days. This is from 2 days ago. It says, and this is just the UK publicizing this direction, even though it's already been banned in policy. It says new restrictions on puberty blockers. And I really think this is powerful. All those people, whether trans or not, that were screaming that you were anti-trans or that you hated LGBTQ because you were highlighting the truth. And it's not just the truth because the UK says it now. It's the truth because it's factually based on the research, the flimsy, limited research that there is. Even that shows you that there was shocking side effects. And then if you want to take a page out of the COVID book, the reality of it, where they go, look at everyone that's taken it. See, it's all safe, even though you could prove that that's the opposite of what's being highlighted, all the side effects, but the same game. Or in this case, the real version of this to go, well, look, all the people that took these things, and you can see the overwhelming amount of unbelievable side effects. As a lot of the famous, I forget his name off the top of my head, the one that Matt Walsh, in his documentary he became famous for calling this out. And he was somebody who transitioned and then detransitioned. And the point was he was going on a tear about the spine problems and rightly so, because it was destroying these people. Here's what they now say after they not only allowed this, but pushed it on people in schools, in libraries, everywhere. The government has today introduced regulations to restrict the prescribing and supply of puberty-suppressing hormones, known as puberty blockers, to children and young people under 18. This is in England, Wales, and Scotland. One of the clearest things in this, and they even admitted from the highest levels of, it was the leading group in this discussion, who said that yes, these can cause infertility to the point of being sterile. That's a common side, but they said that's it's their choice to make. This was something that was outwardly denied by people that were taking these things and leaders in this conversation. And they were acting like, well, it's completely okay. And it's really shocking that this was ever allowed. The emergency ban, which I find an interesting way to frame that. The emergency ban, what, because this breaking study? No, the information's been there since back when we were covering it. Why is it an emergency ban? I think there's more legality around this than anything. If you're jumping to an emergency banning, I think they were worried about something, probably lawsuits happening. But it says it will last from June 3rd to September 3rd. So it's not even permanent. It will apply to prescriptions written by UK private prescribers and prescribers registered in the European Economic Area or Switzerland. So how in the world is this only lasting until September 3rd? And watch what it says after this. It says the NHS stopped the routine prescriptions of puberty blocker treatments to under 18s following the CAS review into gender identity services. It says, in addition, the government has also introduced indefinite restrictions to the prescribing of these medicines within NIH primary care in England in line with NHS guidelines. But other places, it doesn't matter. Like it seems like a strange, maybe it's to just get the ball rolling. I don't know. But this is the point. This action has been taken to address risks to patient safety. Yeah, exactly. But then you're going to argue at least for other places, it might come back after September 3rd, even though you're proving that it's dangerous. This is government for you guys. It's absurd. Patients already established on these medicines by a UK prescriber for these purposes can continue to access them. Well, that's ridiculous. So you're going to grandfather in puberty blockers, but you won't let me stay on platforms? Like, you see my point about this? That's not, you're not going to grandfather in something that you're proving can hurt them. It should be immediately like, sorry, you were misled. This is going to help you by stopping you from allowing this. It's kind of crazy. I honestly think this is only a temporary, like they're going to make this statement, even though right now that should be huge. Like right now, this opens the door to lawsuits, in my opinion, for the government that allowed this to happen and forced it on people in the sense of pushing this down your throat politically, and now removing it and admitting it's dangerous. You could prove in a court of law that we knew it was dangerous right when they were doing that. So that should be somebody's direction right now. My feeling on this, though, is this is kind of a trying to put this to bed, even though it's going to still happen, even though it's going to quietly come back. That's what I think. But think about how wild that is. And again, here's a lot of the coverage. It's only a fraction of what we covered on this. This was on June 2nd, 2023, the weaponization of the transgender movement and the focus on your kids. This one was important, the gender dysphoria contradiction and are sexual predators using the trans movement. 100%, without question. And that wasn't at the time or not now about demonizing anybody that's trans. It's about verifiable examples of people who are using this to get closer to women and or men and prospectively, because they're pretending to be something else and then raping them and then doing bad. I mean, this was not my opinion, guys. It's happening in prisons. It's happening in schools. I mean, this goes back to the conversation of the bathroom conversation, which that also got abused. It's just really mind-blowing that this continues to happen. Here's another one. This one is from June 6, 2023. CDC endorses trans chest feeding, ignoring the risks. So ask yourself, if the CDC was somehow incapable of seeing the thing that the UK now said is a danger, because realize what we're talking about is the same game, the puberty blockers and this action, and then creating the false idea that they could chest feed, which I proved in a really disgusting coverage on this, is not even milk. It's a milky discharge that is, in fact, clearly dangerous because there is overlap of the hormones and other things in there that can very clearly cause problems for the child. And I proved this, like a lot of people did. And they endorse it because of politics. It's really crazy to me. And I keep saying that, but I'm just floored how we live in a world where this still continues. The two-party paradigm continues forward. The CDC continues pretending like they're fighting for your health. And all this stuff is so wildly obvious. This one I thought was important to include just because we talk about the endocrine disrupting chemicals, which were the things coming across in the breast milk, as well as a lot of other things that are being put in your society, in your environment, because of the government, because of the CDC, because of the EPA. Whether we're talking about glyphosate, whether we're talking about any number of things we've proven dioxins, PFAS are overwhelming in your society, in your environment rather, and most of which because the government has not only allowed it, but driven that reality. And then you could talk about glyphosate and the overlap with the COVID-19 injection. Stephanie Sneff, PhD, made a very clear case scientifically that this almost like primes your body for the worst of what the injection was doing, as well as in a lot of other things, as well as being an endocrine disrupting chemical. That you're in the water you're drinking, it's in the air, it's everywhere. And then asking the question, does this have an effect on gender dysphoria? And the answer by scientifically, what the science proves. 100% it can happen. Not that everybody is doing it, but the point being that yes, this is having a direct effect per peer-reviewed science on people having gender dysphoria, whatever you want to call that, because it's a hormonal problem. And Dr. Peter McCullough and I had a conversation about this on June 2023 about whether the shot itself was in that category. And yes, unequivocally, he said yes. And then, of course, I'll include the part 1 of a part 3 series that Derek Brose put out, which is important. Identity crisis, gender identity history, puberty blockers, and hormones. As usual, and there's, by the way, a lot of other people, like Matt Walsh included, and others that were way ahead of this long before TLAV talked about it. But a lot of us were highlighting this a long time ago. Just always important to recognize. Now, in foreign policy, let's have a conversation about 2 or 3 other things before we get into Israel and Gaza that I think are important. A shift in policy, rather just narrative, which is still very important, I think. Oh, and by the way, I just saw this. I forgot. I don't know if Orwell, basically somebody's asking about Orwell in the chat. And she's dealing with something personal right now that I don't know if she wanted to be publicized. I'd imagine she wouldn't mind, but just in case, I don't know if you guys already said in the chat, but just, give her your thoughts and your prayers and whatever else, because she's definitely going through a hard time right now. Now she'll be back, but I think it's important that you guys, send her some positive energy. Now, Biden, according to Politico, secretly gave Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia with U.S. weapons. Now, what's important about this, and this was posted on the 30th, yesterday, is that this is not new. Like, just because they said that, there's a lot of provable evidence of the U.S. government and other countries actively allowing, if not being a part of, exactly that. Whether it's personnel, whether it is using the weapons that Zelensky even has been caught doing that they just disregard. It's all been happening in my opinion. I mean, even the Times from the UK wrote an article highlighting how the U.S. military was literally flying in members of their government, or of the Azov movement, or of the military in Ukraine into Russia to carry out assassinations and agendas. How is that? It's just, my point is that is already going on. And that means that Russia knows that. That means that the U.S. government knows that. And so this is more about making this narrative become something that shifts the perception of people that might not be in the know. But that's still an important thing to point out. That's how I see it. But so allowing Ukraine, at least publicly, to then strike, I mean, how do you not see that as a really dangerous escalation? It is. And even if Russia's aware it's happening and has chose not yet to do anything about it, at least not in a larger way, this could then drive that to happen. And maybe that's the whole point about creating something else. If let's just say Russia attacked in a very serious way and attacked a NATO ally, you could see how that would be used to change the conversation, to drive you back in a certain direction. Now, here's what Zero Edge highlighted. Now, this is essentially the Kremlin's response. Now, the headline seems to suggest that they're saying that they'll just attack NATO everywhere. That's not really what they said, but the title is NATO weapons to be hit in any country from where Russia may be attacked. No, I mean, now that I read it again, that's pretty accurate. The point being that should they be attacked, which, by the way, they highlight is, again, my point, has already been happening, that based on this statement, at least, that they now have the right, which clearly they would legally have the right to respond based on Israel's statements at the very least, any NATO ally that's providing these weapons or used in those countries. So it says, quote, NATO countries that have approved strikes. This is from technically it's from a high-level official, not necessarily the Putin in particular, but it says NATO countries that have approved strikes with their weapons on Russian territory. And there are a few of them that have openly said, should be aware that their equipment and specialists will be destroyed. not only in Ukraine, but also at any point from where Russia's territory is attacked. And, I don't think you need to state that. If we're pretending the laws of war apply, even just based on the screams of Israel and the United States that don't even apply to what they're doing, that they have a right to respond to whatever that would be the case. But you know how this would go. They would cry foul and say Russia attacked this country with pretending they didn't fire first. It's the same game they play every time. But it says this is noting that the participation of NATO specialists could be seen as a casus belli, like the justification. But my point would be that it's already happening. Like this wouldn't be the beginning moment. So I think it's more about political framing back and forth. That's how this often goes. Narrative and then narrative back. And it's about kind of, especially for those that don't see the bigger picture, playing that, stab with, like, you don't want to lose face. You don't want it to look like you're weak, that you wouldn't respond. And it kind of just goes back and forth. Or it's very real. I just think that the reality is that it's already been happening and they must both know that. Now, he goes on to say, the article goes on to say, he said that contrary to much of the West's attempts to obfuscate the reality, Ukraine's long-range missile systems are actually, quote, directly operated by servicemen from NATO countries, which, by the way, guys, is not hard to recognize. We've seen, and just like with Gaza, as much as they pretend and lie, you can see examples of countries from entities from all around the world in NATO countries who are in Gaza, who are in Ukraine, including high-level representatives. Like with Gaza, Axios reported months ago that there's a 3-star general from the U.S. Helping, execute the agenda, genocide. Now, it says he said this is tantamount to these countries' direct participation in the war, which this is kind of my point. So this is not new. Russia knows this. They've stated this before. So if the argument is that this is an escalation, well, the point would be they already would have acted if they knew this. So it's about the narrative back and forth. But all they're really highlighting is, look, we have the legal right, should we want to take that action. It says he explained that this raises the specter of major war, their statements, and confrontation with the West, and the fact that they keep doing that, as in such a scenario where Russia attacks NATO personnel. The alliance would then, and I think this is largely what they may be trying to drive them to do, they would then have to weigh, quote, the possible retaliatory strikes in the context of Article 4 and 5 of the Washington Treaty, or in regard to NATO. That's the argument that they attack one, they attack all, which has only ever really been initiated. They tried with Ukraine, flirted with it, but really only after 9/11, which I think is really why that was, that was the beginning of the world military concept, in my opinion, which has already been there, but this is like the official, everybody has to follow suit, and look at what happened. Now, Michael Tracy says, for 2 years, Biden was absolutely adamant that no U.S. weapons could be used to strike Russia. Now he reverses the policy, AKA he lied. So where's the pushback? Congress, media. What could be of greater consequence than lying the country into war with a nuclear superpower, right? I mean, it just shows you yet again that this is not honest. There's not a genuine process, not media, not two-party illusionists. It just, it's just very artificial. But it doesn't mean the consequences will be. And that's what worries me, both about Ukraine, about Gaza, about all of it. Now, Elijah Monnier says there are severe implications and consequences for Western countries allowing Ukraine to use their weapons against Russia. And then now more so stating that publicly as if that's the new direction. He says, one, under security, risks of wider conflict. I mean, that's quite obvious. Now, I would argue that stating that publicly could then change the actions of a random Azov movement member that decides to launch something into Russia. That's what happens. Or like with the IDF, when you've got this undisciplined, maniacal entity that's not even following direction. You could realize the Azov movement themselves in Ukraine had directly stated to Zelensky, the puppet, many times that he's not really in charge. Who is? I think you recognize there's clearly something else going on there. So just stating this could clearly cause an explosion in some way that they didn't plan for, or maybe they want. Number two, under security, retaliation against Western interests. So you can see how that could cause a number of retaliatory attacks. And he mentions whether cyber attacks or something else, because even in this case, you could argue Russia has a legal right to. Number three, nuclear escalation risk. Now, this is, of course, because we have Zelensky and the Ukrainian military literally carrying out attacks against the nuclear power plant. And he says, well, the risk of nuclear escalation is still considered low, and this is in regard to firing nukes. It cannot be entirely dismissed. And that, again, is the worry I have about the rogue entity choosing to do this because maybe no one's paying attention to them anymore. Under economic implications, he says energy security and prices. Obviously, you can see that escalating just by the flirting with this concept. Russia being a major global energy supplier. He says sanctions and counter sanctions using Western weapons against Russian territory would likely trigger new sanctions from both sides, which quite frankly, I seem kind of meaningless these days based on the differing, Russia and the rest of them have been pulling away from U.S. economic control for a long time. I think they're, at least as best they can, are insulated from those things, but it still has an effect because a lot of these countries that they deal with still interact with the dollar more than anything else. But you can see how that would cause more problems, especially for the individuals living in those countries, which is usually where that goes. Defense spending increases, which of course is an obvious reality no matter what we're talking about, because the US government, and as I've said many times, runs on the blood of other countries. It's the only way, the military mind. And maybe it's not even what they want anymore, which I disagree with, but you could argue that maybe that's the case, but they're not even capable of pulling away from this anymore. If you suddenly stop the arms industry and the overlap U.S. government, it would collapse. Look at the debt that they're currently. I mean, it's obvious. Now, strategic implications. He says shifts in global alliances. Allowing Ukraine to use these weapons could lead to shifts in global alliances. And frankly, I think that's already happening. I think that writing is on the wall in that regard, not necessarily in the direction of BRICS and whatever else, but just that there's a change because everybody sees an opening. You want to see a vacuum? That's what it looks like right now. The reality that they are not what they pretend they are, that the peoples of the world really see that. And so you can marshal momentum from different countries that want to take advantage of that. I think that's already happening. Now, number two is long-term conflict resolution. He says the prospects for a negotiated settlement of the Ukraine-Russia conflict would diminish, clearly, if we see Ukraine firing publicly missiles right into, capital or Moscow or something else. Which, again, I kind of think has already happened. There's been examples of firing. There's been examples of action inside. But now this is publicized. It says a prolonged and intensified conflict could entrench divisions. Same point. Lastly, impact on non-proliferation of efforts, which I kind of don't, I don't think any of them genuinely want this. The lies about, diminishing your stockpile have been gone for a long time. But it says Western countries involved in escalating the conflict could undermine global non-proliferation efforts. That's mostly about nuclear weapons, but there's other aspects as well. But whether we're talking about chemical, biological, nuclear, none of them, in my opinion, have actually are bound by that. They've clearly, because they point at each other and say, well, they're doing it, and it just continues forward. Now, a few other points in regard to Yemen that just relate to foreign policy. If you didn't see this, which it continues to blow my mind that this is even, there's not even a narrative right now, as far as I can tell, around this, other than the kind of extension of what's been going on with Israel. That Joe Biden, so basically the US and the UK governments are now bombing the capital of Yemen. And this was as she was saying this, and this was yesterday. They're bombing one of the poorest countries in the world, who's already under a siege, the port of Hodeidah, which has been blocked off based, for, decade now, however long it's been happening, which is where they got 90% of what they need to survive. It's the same thing anywhere else. The same thing they do everywhere they deal with this, whether it's Venezuela, Syria, or Gaza. They're all doing the same thing, and it's always a crime. And they bomb them in the dead of night to ensure Israel can continue committing massacres against children in Rafah. That's what they're guaranteeing. And guys, they're bombing an area full of civilians. This is not Israel. This is the US and the UK. Not that should be shocking to anybody paying attention, but it just seems belligerent. And lastly, this is going to escalate. Maybe it already has. If you've seen something, let me know in the chat. This is today. Yemeni missiles actually just struck the USS Eisenhower in response to what they just did. Now, look, ask yourself this. Other than the ridiculous framing that they're terrorists, so nothing matters, which is not true, isn't this them responding legally based on what just happened? Isn't that based on every other metric and logic, that their lack of logic they put out about self-defense? Why does self-defense only apply to a belligerent attack by Israel? In a real sense, this would be, again, I always make the argument that self-defense is nothing other than immediately responding while you're being attacked. But let's just take the general term they're all using. That would be to respond in kind after you're attacked. Not 8 months later continuously, but the next day. But I guarantee you this is going to be called terrorism, and I can guarantee you this will escalate because of that, even though they clearly have a right to respond. So let me know if you've seen something else happen here. I just think this is going to get even worse because Yemen has been struggling for so long. If you want to see some severe starvation and famine, look at what's been happening to Yemen over the years. Horrifying. And that's what Gaza is in the midst of. Now, a quick point about Haiti, I just want to include, because we've been briefly highlighting what's been going on. Dan Cohen has been really covering this if you want to get more in depth on it. But our point has been about it's just another extension of the U.S. empire manipulation, where they're clearly, for however many times it's happened, trying to regime change Haiti yet again for their own benefit. And this is what it looks like to keep a country destitute, to keep a country in poverty for the benefit of the Western empires while you're pretending like you're trying to save them. It breaks my heart and it makes me sick. Here he says, a Haitian cop from an elite unit says there are no civilians in poor neighborhoods outside the control of police. So here's what he says, right out of a page of Israel's book. Quote, so we don't need to know if they're armed or not. We just fire. Hold on. So even if they weren't civilians, you realize it's a crime to fire on unarmed. Yes, but they don't care. It's just, this is the new reality, right? Rampant lawlessness. We scream freedom and it's okay, right? Isn't this what I've been saying for years? Kenyan paramilitary death squads, he writes, will soon join these killer police units to fight gangs. That's what they're calling. And this is the whole Jimmy Barbecue conversation, the lies they spun about that the right just gobbled up, that Dan Cohen showed were complete lies. You know, cannibalism and all the ridiculous things that were spun. And the point is that this is as of May 21st, that this is happening. Kenyan Special Forces police to arrive in Haiti to help combat gang violence. We're watching another regime change effort play out right in front of us for the benefit of nobody but the power structures, at the expense of the very people they claim they're fighting for. And again, we just highlighted this in a recent show on February 2024. Haiti fights to end Western exploitation. And of course, it's ridiculous how when they're truly fighting against the power for their own freedom, that could call terrorism, right? But when it's the completely orchestrated, manipulated group that's fighting for the interest of the Western powers, that's pro-democracy, right? We also covered how Congo was also being manipulated in this conversation, or that article. Here's one from 2019 that we've highlighted before. Haitian authorities arrested Americans transporting weapons to the people they were using to fight, overthrow the country. And then they got moved. They literally, I think the whole point was they were caught. It showed them they were going to be charged. And the U.S. government says, send them back. We'll charge them for the crimes. Never happened. Of course. Now, here's what Matthew Miller said in regard to Hong Kong, which is to make this point. Matthew Miller, who's literally pretending Israel's committing no crimes. He says, we're deeply concerned, and people like make fun of it. That's the start of saying, whenever they do that, we're deeply concerned tweet. We're deeply concerned by the guilty verdicts of the national security law trial of pro-democracy organizers in Hong Kong. Okay, so is it an illegitimate trial, or you just don't like the outcome? Right? It doesn't matter. We're concerned about the fact that the people we're supporting just got charged with the crimes they're committing. Oops. It says, in response, we're taking steps to impose, guess what? Sanctions on these officials responsible for implementing the law. Okay, so it's a law that they passed. Now, if you're going to argue that it's an illegitimate scenario, the game that's always played is people they disagree with. Anything that goes against them is illegitimate. But they're not even making the argument. They're just simply saying the people that we call pro-democracy, which is anybody they support, it's usually attacking people for their own interests, are somehow, we're going to sanction you for having a law, having a trial, and implementing that law. Whatever you think about it. Just think about how stupid that is. And then the point is, here's Nabel pointing out this is the United States, not Hong Kong. See how that looks? Does that seem like legitimate democracy to you? Just look at that first part again. Look at that. That guy is laying on his back and getting punched in the face repeatedly by that cop. And you know who these guys are? Pro-Palestine, pro-anti-genocide. Not the pro-democracy. These are people protesting legally for the rights of another. And this is what happens. And we're not going to worry about that. What you're going to highlight is the fact that, but by the way, if you've forgotten, they were literally caught, the leaders of the thing he's pointing to, standing next to proven CIA agents. And I don't mean like our opinion. I mean like a person directly from the government standing next to them talking about, they were caught in an image and they tried to make a point out of it. Like, we're just there supporting democracy. If anybody actually still pretends like these people, Matt Miller in particular, and the rest of them care about democracy or actually are spreading democracy with their regime changes, I got a bridge to sell you. It's pathetic. And so it just needs to highlight the fact that all they do is support the thing that's in their interest at the expense of the very people they claim they're fighting for. And if you want a little lesson on that, here's Jeffrey Sachs.
Understand American foreign policy. One should understand the concept of covert regime change. That means that the United States, unlike just about any other government in the world, doesn't think about how to have diplomacy with another government. It thinks about how to replace that other government. And this has been a string of complete disasters stretching back more than 70 years. When the CIA was established in 1947, it was established with two different tasks. One was intelligence, in other words, analysis, understanding the world. And the second was covert operations. And basically, the CIA has been a lawless extension of the White House and the Pentagon and the security establishment generally to do what it wants, when it wants. And there have been dozens and dozens, by a realistic count, 80 or more covert regime change operations by the United States. Now, they generally end in disaster. These are coups or overthrows of government or destabilization of countries or other kinds of pressures on militaries of other countries and other means to bring down another government. It's illegal. It is fundamentally contrary to the UN Charter and a principle called non-intervention, which was deal with the other country, but don't intervene in its internal political affairs.
Now, I love his point that, in the beginning, it's like there, even though there's opportunity for diplomacy, they go right to regime change. Why? Because it's easy and maximum benefit, even though the downside is lots of death and suffering. But see, they don't care about that. And what's interesting about this is I'm not going to suggest even remotely that this isn't going on elsewhere, but it's quite self-evident that that the leading aspect in the world of this kind of criminality is the U.S. government, without question. I mean, it's very provable. The obvious examples of the regime, of the occupation regime change of Syria, Afghanistan, the different things that they've done, it's unquestionable. There's not a government in the world that can claim that. Now, you can argue that you have Russia or China, work like the only claim they make. My point would be that I would argue first that any government with the power, before I even say that, you could see that China, for example, is pretty much to a level where you could argue that they have similar, at least to some degree, similar levels of power. And yet I don't see them doing that. My point was going to be, though, that you can see that any government that, many of the world, that if given the kind of control and power the U.S. government has, would probably do the exact same thing. But my point, nonetheless, is that you can see that that's not the case. Now, they point to the groups they support that say, like for Iran, for example, and say, how's Hezbollah? And even though you can verifiably prove that they're not just an extension of Iran, they're just allies. But even then, it's not even remotely the same thing. You can prove Libya. You can prove Venezuela, these groups, or Bolivia, these actions they've taken that literally destabilize the entity for their benefit at maximum suffering for the people. It's obvious. And anybody pretending like that's not the case anymore, it's not anti-American to say these things. It's the quintessentially American to call out what your government is doing or the power structure. That's how we started this country. But yet there are people that are blindly adherent to it because they feel they're in some kind of a side. And by saying this, you're challenging that side. That's the two-party game that keeps people trapped. Now, lastly, on these the parts before we get to the Israel-Gaza conversation, this is a powerful one. And I'm really concerned about this because it appears to suggest that we're all going to be kicked off Twitter if we don't fall in line with this. And I don't think that there's a lot of people, at least, that would stand their ground on this right now for many reasons, least of which is giving up new information. I mean, it's the idea of the overlap of Israel, the problem of what's the next step then? Was it next going to be iris scans, and where does this go? And we've already talked about this. Censored Man put this important segment out here, and it's getting a lot of attention, which is important. Here's what we covered. And again, demonstrating our value, guys. We covered this on December 2023. Israeli unit 8200 Tide Company, that's AU10TIX or however they pronounce it, runs Twitter verification. It's important. So as usual, if you follow this platform, whether it's on our articles or the show, you're typically ahead of the story. And there's plenty of independent media out there that are ahead of us on plenty of stuff. The point is, independent media pretty ubiquitously tends to be ahead of the story. Now, here is what Censored Man put out. This is important, and even more so because of this person that I completely despise, who has me blocked right now, but is interestingly connected to this. And he is one of the most avidly pro-Zionist, pro-Israel people out there today. Now, it says Dr. Eli David is connected to X's new. Actually, let me start here. I think this was the first one. This was 21 hours ago. This one was here. I'll do this. I'll go backward. I'll start with this one. So he says, breaking, X now requires, this was on the 22nd of May. X now requires ID for monetization. Now, it appears that it's more than that right now. It seems that it's going to be for anybody continuing to use the platform past July of this year, I believe. But first and foremost, that if you want to continue to make the money you're making. So how much you want to bet, all the people out there that were standing strong about how we're not going to allow the Great Reset and all the different, digital ID and all this stuff are going to quietly acquiesce because they're making however much money they're being, the thousands of dollars they get because Elon promotes what they say with his little bots he puts out. Exactly. Yes, I agree. And, a second after each other, which can't be possible. My point is that this is going to happen and those people will do it without saying anything because they want the money. And maybe you can agree with that. Quite frankly, I find it to be a contradiction of their principles. That means more to me than any check or money. But it says every creator and everyone who aspires to be a monetized X creator must oppose this. I commend his principles on this. I agree. It says if you don't, there's a good chance your ID will end up in the hands of Israeli intelligence. Now that might be interesting to some. That might be the deciding factor right there. But unfortunately, a lot of the right support Israel blindly. And I mean that in the sense of like the two-party illusion, not just conservative. Now it goes on to say the company that Twitter uses to verify its users' ID is an Israeli company founded by members of Israeli intelligence unit Shin Bet and AU10TIX. The company responsible for verifying people's IDs is called AU10TIX. Now that's what I think that is a T in like the way that it translates, but however they want to pronounce it. Now it says the CEO of this digital ID verifying platform, Ron Odsman, was a member of Israel's intelligence unit AU10TIX. His father was once the treasurer of the Likud party in Israel. AU10TIX also has a history of helping the Israeli military with military surveillance and intelligence gathering. So too do all of these unit AU10TIX connected companies, guys. That's the problem people highlight about the dual citizenship reality or the overlap herein. Not about racism, but about the idea that you have a government with their intelligence apparatus who's publicly stated their goal is to spread that to influence foreign countries for the benefit of Israel. And the point is that they have a history of helping in that same regard. And it says it doesn't stop there, however. AU10TIX was founded in 2002 as the technology arm of a Dutch firm called ICTS International. ICTS International was established in 1982, also by former members of the Israeli intelligence unit Shin Bet. This is an extreme security risk. Now ask yourself, if you don't care about this or you think it's racist, would you care if it was a Chinese company that was directly tied to Chinese intelligence? Then I would ask, if you do, why does it seem different to you? Just because you somehow have this reverence or this idea that Israel is your ally, do you not realize how many times Israel has abused that situation by spying on the White House or stealing technology or sending it to China? The idea being that Israel, and even the videos endlessly of Netanyahu saying that they can do whatever they want because the U.S. can be manipulated. That's what you're staring at right there. The point is, it doesn't matter what government it is, whether it's the UK, Germany, Israel, or anybody else. If you have an obvious, direct, surreptitiously directly connected to their intelligence apparatus, publicly stated that they do this at the expense of other countries for Israel, that are now completely overlapped with things like verification, 911 call centers, medical information, that should terrify you. And it is a security risk. And realize that goes much further than those things. It goes to government level stuff. But it says not only will regular creators have to give their ID to a company with deep ties to Israeli intelligence, and this is just back to the Twitter example, but pro-Palestinian creators will have to do the same. Do you not see how that will be abused? It says this is completely and totally unacceptable. And he says, Elon Musk, you have the power to prevent this from happening. Well, I don't know whether he thinks that'll actually do anything. I think that's kind of a fruitless effort to petition the person who clearly allowed this. But he says, I know I speak on behalf of a lot of creators when I say don't go ahead with this. Too late. It's already happening. Here's what he said after that. He says, breaking, and this is on the 30th. X sends users emails urging them to verify ID with Israeli intelligence company. Here's what this looked like. I got one as well. We're making changes to both creator subscriptions and ad revenue share programs, terms to further promote authenticity. So what about the whole point about person privacy? So now we're being forced to prove who we are. Isn't that the digital ID platform that you see? Yes, that's pretty much what this is. We're taking baby steps into that direction and fight fraud on the platform, literally while it's become more overrun with bots than I've ever seen in my lifetime. And that clearly it seems that Elon himself is utilizing bots. But it says, starting today, new creators must verify their ID. Existing ones must do it by, I think I said 31st. It's July 1st, 2024. It says, we understand the importance of protecting your personal information. Really? And that's why you're working with a company that's clearly going to abuse that situation? It says, to begin the ID verification process, simply access the form here. And we recommend it from desktop. And it goes on to make it clear that you can't do it elsewhere. You have to do it through this link to that company. Very concerning. Oh, and then it says, how long will it be retained? Well, the argument should be that it's not at all, right? All you need is to verify that it should be dumped. Why would you retain it at all? AU10TIX deletes images of the IDs, selfies, and data extracted from the ID after 30 days. Why? And I will bet you my life that that's not even true. How many times do we need to play this game? It happened during COVID or anything else before. We promise we won't use your personal ID, and then it gets exposed. Well, they sold it to this company, and they go, well, we made a mistake. Oops, we made money every single time. It says, this helps X provide you with an opportunity to appeal a verification decision for X for your appeal. Oh, I see. It's for your benefit. But he says, how the company is connected to Israeli intelligence is quoted below for anyone who wants to know. Elon Musk, many users have raised their concerns about this policy. Why have we had no response? Well, I think we know why. I think this is either something he's very clearly committed to for reasons outside of Twitter, or that he just doesn't care. But it says giving our government issued IDs to a foreign company that works so closely with a foreign intelligence agency is a major security risk. And how about when it becomes something a bit more than, I'd be willing to bet you can glean some other biometric data from these things. My point would be, or even the idea that you're taking screenshots and different things, or your camera's active. Guys, we have to realize how far this goes. It's not conspiracy theory. For crying out loud, you got people like Zuckerberg covering their cameras on their computer. It's very obvious that that's a problem from security for agencies and intelligence. So if you're utilizing that on your computer with this company through their link, how do we not know they're taking something more? And then how do we know a year later or tomorrow? It'll be like, well, now we're adding your fingerprint. Well, now we're adding this just for your security. It says, we really have to give up our deeply personal information to a company with deep ties to Israeli intelligence in order to be monetized? Or in this case, it seems to even be on the platform, guys. It says also, AU10TIX keeps everyone's ID for a minimum of 30 days, let alone those who have been critical of Israel, in which case you can bet that your ID is being swiftly handed over to Israeli intelligence. It's exactly what they justify anywhere else. It says, you have time to reverse this decision, Elon. I don't believe that makes any sense to me. It's clear what he's doing. It says, this policy is utter lunacy and represents the opposite of what X is meant to be about, or at least what they pretend it's about, which I've never believed. It says, it would be great if everyone could share this tweet and make their own tweets on the situation, which sadly, even for him, it's getting shockingly low reach, both because I bet you it's being suppressed, but also because a lot of the people on the right that support this don't want to look bad, or they don't want to challenge the money they're making. It's a problem. Or just continue to think supporting Elon is the right thing to do for free speech because they're blindly taken by the narrative. Continuing, this is where it gets really interesting. It says, Dr. Eli David, again, wild pro-Zionist, completely shilling for Israel on like a 30-second to 30-second basis right now, is connected to X's new ID verification system. It says here, here's something bizarre. The current CEO of AU10TIX, the company that has deep ties to Israeli intelligence and is used by X to verify your ID, is a man named Don Yerushalmi. Before becoming the CEO of AU10TIX, Dan served as CRO and Chief Customer Officer for a company called Checkpoint Software Technologies, or CPST. Now, CPST is an American-Israeli cybersecurity company. Big surprise. That operates out of Tel Aviv. Typical. The founder of CPST, Gil Schweid, served in Israeli intelligence unit AU200. CPST is also rumored to be collaborating extensively with the Israeli government intelligence. So now you have the CEO who's currently in his own right doing so, and says we have evidence of this happening on at least one occasion where the company worked with the Israeli government to form a consortium, IC3, which was established by Israel's Ministry of Economy to address national cyber needs. The co-founder of Dr. Eli David's company, Deep Instinct, is a man named Nadav Mammon. Mammon, also ex-Israeli intelligence, held various senior management positions in CPST for over 6 years. Let's go back to Dan. Dan was also once the president and business manager for EMEA for Amdocs. You know, the company that was investigated by U.S. federal agencies in the early 2000s for being used by Israel to eavesdrop on U.S. government communications? Yeah, that Amdocs. In 2016, Dan was named one of the 100 most influential CIOs in the world by CIO Magazine. Well, that's the CEO of AU10TIX for you folks. It's actually so funny how everything connects to each other. He says, will Elon Musk reverse the decision? That is a clear violation of X users' security. I certainly hope so. I doubt it. My point is, you can go forward to Trump's administration. There was another example where they caught those devices on the White House that were listening to things that were happening or picking up cell phone. That was Israel. And yet we all keep pretending like this is not exactly what it looks like because you're racist. But you're not. You're simply highlighting a problem that would apply no matter where they were from or what religion they are or whatever else the narrative is. Now, again, if you want to check this out, I highlight this pretty extensively back in 2023. Oh, and then there's Sam Parker, who simply highlights, if you want to watch this, you can. And it's public information. I would imagine we all remember this. He says, remember this Israeli company stored all your phone records and, quote, security leaks from it enabled organized crime, terrorists, and other bad actors to stay steps ahead of law enforcement, you know, that are associated with the Israeli government? Yeah, that story. And they basically just highlight, he was asking in response to this, going, this is the Amdocs? And he's probably going, yeah, that's the one. I mean, we don't, so many examples of Israel getting caught abusing that relationship, and the U.S. government just goes whistling Dixie and turns around. How about the USS Liberty or anything since then? It never stops. On top of the fact that on 2023 in July, we highlighted this same overlap, whether it was AU10TIX in Israel or anything else that connects back to things like the Great Reset, technocracy, which was Twitter becomes everything that we feared. And now we're starting to see the beginning of that. As I just made the kind of prophetic point here to point this out. It says verify with biometrics today. Connect Neuralink here. For the podcast, it's showing an image of a Twitter on your phone. I mean, how do we expect it won't go this direction when this person seems to be tied up in every angle of the Great Reset direction? Now, David Icke highlights this, saying AU10TIX is an Israeli company and part of a group launched by members of Israel's domestic intelligence agency, Shin Bet. You've been had, he said. You've been had, people. X is Israel. Musk is Israel. Israel's government, intelligence, and military network is a cult. Now, you can disagree with him, but I think it's very easy to see that a lot of that is accurate. And interestingly enough, Harrison Smith, who I think is still part of InfoWars, simply said, well, it was fun getting paid by X while it lasted, which I kind of find hard to believe. You're going to see the same principled stance by people like Alex Jones. But here's what it says. Just point down, same point, saying, agree to X and AU10TIX using images of my ID and my selfie. See my point? Right there. And your selfie. You think that's not getting other, like your eyes, for example, including extracted biometric data. Now you've got an Israeli intelligence-tied company who is holding, for 30 days, we're told, your biometric data. For what purpose? To confirm my identity for X-related safety and security. That's what it is. That's what they tell you. My God. And my point is, and just this, I mean, I hope we're going to see many people taking that principled stance, but it's not, apparently, as far as I can tell, it's not just about money. It's about using the platform. Now, this is my point. Here is David Icke also highlighting this. Eric Prince, the founder of notorious Private Army Blackwater, which I believe is now called Academy, is all over the alternative, in quotes. It's the mainstream alternative media. I'll give you examples. He's all over that field, revealing old news that big tech is taking your data, which we all know. And now Twitter is clearly a part of that and has been. What is not mentioned is that he's flogging a new, quote, secure phone designed in Israel. Problem, reaction, solution. He says he claims that his phone could have stopped the Hamas attack on October 7th without any mention that the attack was allowed to happen by the Israeli government and military to, quote, justify the slaughter of Gaza, or that Hamas was created with the support of the Israeli government. Hey, look at that. Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson going, get this phone because it's the right thing. I just hope people can effing wake up, guys. I know here, this is Paulie pointing out the same thing. Alex Jones shilling for Eric Prince and his new Israel-designed smartphone. Come on, guys. And whether they're misled or knowingly doing this, it needs to be seen as the same thing. This is a problem, and it's partisan, and it is willfully ignorant at the best, pushing you in the direction of the wrong thing. And here is where Intercept covered this. And just, it's an important article. You can read it for yourself, but the claim is simple. The title is Eric Prince claims his vaporware superphone could have thwarted October 7th attacks. He says it's pretty extensive. Read it for yourself. Not true. It says the special features of the Blackwater founder's unplugged device can simply be replicated on most phones by adjusting the settings. You're being played, guys. And it's transparent. And I hope that it's becoming so obvious because people are beginning to see through it from a partisan level and not just fall into the next partisan trap, but finally realize that we're all being played through the two-party illusion, whether people know it or not, who are screaming for these things, whether Tucker or Alex or any of the rest of the mainstream alternative media. I highlight you check that out, that conversation, if you want to know more from David Icke and the rest that coined that term. Now, let's get into the conversation of Israel. Let me see where we are with time. See where we're looking pretty good, actually. We'll see if I get to everything we'll cover in this, but it's important. Few things I wanted to cover first and foremost, I think are important in this conversation. And that comes back to at least the title part about the falsified report, which is huge, especially as you have people like Blinken and Biden in particular, but the U.S. government at large being accused of genocide, whether complicity or active participation. I think it's both. By world courts, by lawsuits of individuals. I mean, it's really happening. Doesn't mean it's going to amount to anything, like I said before, but it is clear. And so we're seeing this development happen. And overall, this article discusses whether this is, the title is, Are the Powers That Be Preparing to Cut Israel Loose? It's a great article. I think I'm making a point there. I just lost it. But anyway, the point is that this article is highlighting the question that we're asking as well. Are they getting ready to frame Israel as the bad guy? And if so, what does that mean? You know my opinion on this. I do not think for a second that this is about suddenly seeing the truth, not even remotely. As I've been saying, I think it's clear that this is one of the clear options or possibilities is that you have people in positions of either power in the government or media who see the writing on the wall, who recognize that they're losing everything to maintain the narrative. And so they shift gears. And I don't mean from an individual perspective. I mean from as Bill highlighted in the article, a social engineering high-level manipulation where this needs to continue. And they recognize that whether because of Israel's belligerent actions or because of a rising awareness for other reasons, that they have to shift gears because they will lose that control. And I think they already have, quite frankly. But this was May 30th. And it says, for decades, Israel's been one of the club. A proud member of the good guy countries, which is constantly how we frame this, the good guy, bad guy, which is very childish, that's what the point they're making. There's not because of their actions, but because you're just in the club. This is a handful of regimes protected by a bubble that makes them almost immune to criticism or consequence, whatever crimes and evils they may commit. And it says, no matter how many ships they bombed or children they shot or open air prisons they ran, the general tone of Western media was the same. Israel are good guys. He says, now there are signs that could change. The signs that could change, that the next step in the Gaza narrative will be a heel turn that makes Israel an official bad guy. The hints have been there for a while, starting almost immediately following October 7th, and picked up pace in the last couple of weeks. One second. Continuing. He says, if in fact the Israeli prime minister became the first non-African and non-Russian charged with the war crime in the ICC earlier this year. And remember, he even admitted that a high-level official said to him, that court's only for Africans, people in Africa and Putin. which is pretty crazy for them to admit. It says, now let's be quite clear. Netanyahu is a war criminal. He is a blood tyrant, guilty of vast amounts of illicit slaughter. I mean, to me, that's an objective act. I mean, it's provable. He says, but let's remember that in the real world, blood-soaked war criminals go unpunished and indeed sometimes get awarded Nobel Peace Prizes every day. The ICC never moved against Bush or Blair or Obama or Brown or their cadre of war criminal subordinates. Until recently, Bibi, or Netanyahu, was in that Teflon-coated club. He's been slaughtering innocents for years and years while institutions and the legacy media happily ignored that fact. Now suddenly he's not. This needs to be interrogated. The question must be, what is the difference now? 2 weeks ago, they reported in this week, Israel banned Al Jazeera. This received condemnation in the West Washington Post from the German Foreign Office. Just a few hours ago, he says the CBC ran a headline bemoaning the decline of press freedom in Israel. I mean, how ridiculous, seeing as how it's always ever been this reality, and we've proven this for many years, and so the point they're making is why suddenly change? It says Canada, the US, Germany. These are not places that care about free speech, guys, as their banning of RT and others demonstrates. So why the criticism? Why isn't the Al Jazeera ban backtracked with or bracketed with all the other, quote, acceptable censorship that goes on for years? 2 days ago, The Guardian reported in big red banner headlines, spying, hacking, and intimidation, Israel's 9-year war on the ICC exposed. Right? We talked about it. You saw it. So why is this suddenly a front page story? Alongside that, there are at least a half a dozen stories on the front page criticizing Israel. They list a bunch of them. Contrast this to the coverage of Israel in the same paper 9 years ago. Click the link. It's crazy. And you know what it looks like. Complete ignorance, blind, excuse me, blind reporting in the direction of whatever suits their interest or hiding them, becoming they're always the victim. Like it is now still to a degree, but much more shifting in the direction of exposing that. The UN court has already ruled that Israel must, excuse me, all of a sudden get hiccups out of nowhere, must stop Rafah offensive and open border for aid. Brazil has withdrawn their Israel ambassador, while various European leaders voiced condemnation of the attack. 2 more members of Joe Biden's administration recently registered in protest, and we'll show you these in a minute, resigned, in protest over the U.S. support for Gaza, the Gaza war, excuse me. Trying to fight these hiccups I'm talking, bringing the total number to 7. 7 people. And we played one. Actually, let me play that for you since it'll be a good moment for me to try to stop my hiccups. But here's one of the earlier ones from the State Department.
We have to condemn the atrocities that happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much dehumanification, where people are not seen.
Right. And now, and I mean, that's just an overlap. He resigned in protest because of what was going on, but he highlighted a lot of other problems. I can sense the troubling, kind of warble in his voice when he talks about that. The idea that they literally tried to highlight, but I'm sure he was under the illusion at that point that they would do something about it. They raped a child, and instead of caring, they declared the people that exposed it a terrorist organization. Now, overlap that with declaring their enemies or terrorist organizations and ask whether you can trust what they're saying. But it says Brazil withdrawn the ambassadors. Yeah, Brazil has withdrawn their Israel ambassador while various European leaders voiced condemnation of the attack. 2 more members of Joe Biden's administration, as we said, have resigned. Now it's 7. Political punching bag Nikki Haley, which I find funny, was filmed writing "Finish them" on IDF ammunitions. I mean, literally, as they then were used to kill children. Which, by no real difference there over the years. Rolling Stone immediately dragged her over the coals for it, which you never would have seen before. On May 27th, Piers Morgan, as we've made fun of as well, as I love how they frame this, the plump purple face of managed media himself, was tweeting out outrage over the Rafah attack. On May 28th, speaking at the UN, President Macron of France voiced his own outrage over the Rafah attack. Yet another Guardian editorial headlined, "The Guardian view on Rafah offensive, crossing U.S. red lines should have consequences." Like, what a crazy statement from corporate media. What about all the other things? What about Iraq? What about Afghanistan? Like, this is obviously different. And it says, and even goes so far as to suggest Biden and the U.S. could be held legally accountable for Israel's actions as well. Something that would have sounded absurd as recently as 2015, at least to people trapped in the illusion. It says the potential fall of the U.S. empire and the power shift it would signal are a very story for another time. It says even the staunchest of Israel's media supporters, the Washington Post and the New York Times, have been loudly decrying Netanyahu's actions of late. And I argue that's a lot about trying to make it just about Netanyahu. But it says the pattern is forming. It is definitely much more acceptable to criticize Israel in the mainstream media right now than it has been for decades. But why? Why would outlets like The Guardian and Washington Post decide to print anti-Israel articles now? Especially, as I'll add, in the height of the claims of anti-Semitism, but not 10 years ago. Is it because Israel is suddenly behaving worse than it ever has before? Of course not. I completely agree with that. The slaughter in Gaza is an awful crime, but it's not new. Israel and their NATO allies already had the blood of millions on their hands before this offensive even started. And you could make the claim just about Israel and what they've been doing in occupied Palestine, but that point applies to NATO allies in general, and they're right. They commit war crimes and crimes against humanity with such monstrous regularity, it almost dilutes the meaning of the words. It is because, quote, even the mainstream media is, I make sure I'm not saying the words wrong. Is it because even the mainstream media is finally waking up or finding a conscience? Which again that's what a lot of people seem to be arguing. And I don't, as I've said, I flatly disagree with that. Even as I still argue we should be highlighting the fact that they are saying these things, we need to counterbalance that with the idea that it seems impossible to me that they just suddenly saw this. And they say, no, they don't agree. They don't think they just suddenly woke up or that they finally see it. They are not waking up because they were never asleep. And no, they have no conscience. Unless having one becomes politically expedient. Now, I argue that in a general sense, as the media apparatus and the groups and the companies and the platforms, CNN, Fox News, like, for example, you can see somebody like Alison Morrow, who did have their awakening moment, but in a way that just about that they weren't able to objectively cover the news, and that should cause them to, their integrity caused them to leave and start their own thing. So there is elements of that, but my point is that they are either kept in the side, not aware of that, and compartmentalized. And from the top down, they do not care. They do not have a conscience. I completely agree with that. But he says nothing is so true, the mainstream media has to report it. Nothing is so morally outrageous, the mainstream media bows to their conscience. They don't have consciences. There is no facility for even recognizing truth or morals, let alone acting upon them. They are opinion manufacturing machines. That is all. When they say something, anything, even something manifestly true, like Israel's engaging in genocide, it is because somebody somewhere wants to tell a story. Now, again, that's what I'm arguing, is that one of the possibilities could be because they feel they see an interest, an opportunity, a necessity in covering this because they're losing. Like losing enough because people don't see this, they're losing viewership, whatever it is. That's just one of the possibilities. There's plenty of others. As they go on to say, so what is the story they're telling? Where is the narrative going? The rulers of Israel are blood-soaked sociopaths, but they are also an entirely disposable part of the greater malign whole. Terminology fails us here because none of us in the independent media world can ever completely agree on a name for that whole. C.J. Hopkins favors globocap. Others use the elite, deep state, globalists, or as I tend to like the longer, but the powers that shouldn't be. Roughly speaking, we're talking about an overlapping cartel of political and corporate power brokers existing outside the so-called largely sham democratic power structures and wielding supranational influence in every sphere of human society. Israel, like most regions and nations, is a base and tool of those powers, but a replaceable one. There is a vast, vast power structure desperately looking for a way to appease, and this is overlapping of our 2 points here, a swelling of righteous anger, tens of millions strong, the world around, And cutting Israel and its leadership loose might currently be perceived as a way of doing that. So it's kind of the same point. Their argument would be that from a power structure level, it's about trying to create the justification to push Israel aside. And, you could argue it's that alone or what I said or both of them. They kind of overlap. The idea being that they see the reasoning, whether it's because they're losing control of the narrative, whether it's because they're losing influence over the conversation or just losing viewership, or because at some higher level power structure, they decide that we have to do this to maintain all of those things. I agree. And I think that's exactly what's happening. Like to one degree or another, that exact point. And it says, if that stops the slaughter in Gaza, then that's a win for humanity. Right? Like this is the first point to think about. And that no matter how if this stops, that's a positive thing. But we need to continue to be objective and not fall into the next trap. Right? Like even if they're using dishonesty to make it look as if they suddenly cared, if it still stops what's going on there, that has to be seen as a positive. But we can't fall into the trap that they're suddenly telling you the truth. Or at the very least, just as always, question everything while considering all possibilities from every angle, from every platform. But it says, but the slaughter means nothing to the narrative managers. Their agenda will be something else entirely. If Israel really is about to be ejected from the we can kill indiscriminately and still be the good guys club, what will that mean for the grand chessboard or the greater globalist agenda? And I love this just because they're not trying to deduce everything based on a partisan, jam in what they want you to think and act like they have all which is what most partisan platforms do. I always love Off Guardian, and I will always shout their praise. I think this platform is fantastic. And I don't even always agree with what they say. I just love that they're doing this and highlighting an important question that you should come to the conclusion for yourself. What does this mean? But nonetheless, just posing that question highlights an important point. This is changing. Now, be careful about how you decide to lean into one or the other. I think really it could be a combination of all these things. But regardless, it's important and powerful that the clear, maniacal entity that is the Zionist Israeli government, not all Israel or every Israeli or every Jew, but clearly the Zionist control, is a bad thing and is committing crimes. And this, whatever reasoning behind it, stopping them from doing that, I see as a positive thing. Now, just a quick note on that same point before we get into the food aid conversation. Khaleesi highlighted an important thing. Oh, I actually forgot to grab this article too, that we've made a general point about, more specifically when we covered this discussion, that the Israeli government is verifiably or was verifiably involved in the Rwanda genocide. I mean, this is covered by Israeli media, by Haaretz. It's very transparent. And the point was they armed the people responsible for starting from the before, during, and after this happened, and even stoked the problem by trying to push them into seeing their other side as the same as their Palestinian problem, as they framed it. Very clear, guys. The Uzis that were given, it's undeniable. And what Khaleesi highlights, my point was that what we stressed in this show and did give some other examples for, but we were just focused on Rwanda at that time, is that they're involved in damn near every genocide you can highlight. And this is not up for debate. You can read these things. You can do the research yourself. And I'm not talking about being the key factor. In many cases, that is true, but simply being allowed, involving, allowing it to happen, giving arms to, supporting, sort of like the U.S. government does with all the bad things happening in the world right now for the most part. And what we're talking about here is doing this for your benefit, or at the very least because you see an interest in it at removing certain powers, or maybe just out of pure racism. But this is a thread of Israel's involvement in conflicts all over the world. The Rwanda genocide. As I just highlighted, they supplied significant weaponry to the Hutu militias responsible for the slaughter. And the point to make is it was before, beginning, during, and after. According to their own media and according to the facts that you can prove by open testimony that you can verifiable back and forth. I think there's even an example of the UN highlighting these overlaps. The point is, it's not just an opinion. It's provable exchanging of information, transcripts. It's very clear. Apartheid South Africa, which should be very prominent and is very important right now. Israel maintained an alliance with South Africa apartheid regime, supplying anti-riot vehicles, weaponry to suppress the native black population. Mayan genocide, 1960 to 1996. During the Guatemalan Civil War from 1960 to 1996, over 200,000 indigenous Mayans were murdered by state forces, with over 1 million more displaced, marking what is now known as the Mayan genocide. The Guatemalan state forces responsible for those atrocities were armed and trained by Israel. Starting to see a pattern here. Arming India's violence in Kashmir. Same point, guys. It's across the board. And that even has a really disgusting push about the Muslim overlap, about targeting Muslims in particular. Support, and this one was support the rapid support forces. That is in regard to Sudan. And this is just never ending. And remember that this was the point, is that they are the ones that funded and pushed the people that are causing the violence. And then they declare them a terrorist organization and then use that declaration to force them in normalization with Israel, but nothing ultimately changes. It's this same old dynamic. I mean, it goes on and on and on. U.S. training police, ethnic cleansing Armenians, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, supporting Ukraine, Azov movement. I mean, it just never ends, guys. It never ends. So I hope you will take the time to understand the true breadth of this problem. And hear me, it is not about every Israeli or every Jew. It is about Zionist government that we're talking about and their supporters, complicit in all of that. Because remember, this is the point that Adam and I just discussed as well, that Zionism is overwhelmingly Christian. Christian Zionists seem to be the largest element of it in the world right now. So if you're going to pretend when we say Zionist, we secretly mean Jew, then you don't even understand the dynamic. And I guarantee somebody else is using that. But the reality is that it's obvious we're talking about something political, the actions of a government. And speaking of the actions of a government, this is one of the worst aspects of this, not only because it's happening and that they're allowing it, but you have active participation of the U.S. government to cover up the reality, to maintain their, I mean, this is the hardest thing for me to wrap my mind around, is that they know people see this. And at the very least, they could sort of stand back and just be like, well, they're allowing it, but the active participation, I just don't get how they don't see that could end up being a legitimate trial from the ICC perspective. But it's the State Department falsified reports absolving Israel on Gaza aid, according to one of the officials that have resigned and one of the experts. Now, it says the State Department falsified a report earlier this month to absolve Israel of responsibility for blocking humanitarian aid flows into Gaza, which, by the way, is one of the most self-evident, obvious parts of this whole thing that everybody sees, that they've been caught doing by every element of this, and yet they still just lie, which I'll show you another example as of today, where they're pushing back on this, claiming we gave them more than ever, just like I keep telling you. It says which overruled basically the report. Well, I'll say it again. The State Department falsified a report absolving Israel of the responsibility for blocking aid, overruling the advice of its own experts, according to a former senior U.S. official who resigned this week. Her name is Stacey Gilbert. This is her post with a senior civil military advisor. It says the report, NSM 20 report, found that there was, quote, that it was reasonable to access, I can't talk right now, that it was reasonable to assess that Israel had used U.S. weapons in a way that was, quote, inconsistent with international humanitarian law, but that there was not enough concrete evidence to link specific U.S. supplied weapons to violations. First, it was simply that it's reasonable to assess that they're breaking the law. We can see it, they're blocking aid. But the idea that the weapons used, we can't prove, except for the fact that even CNN came out and said U.S. munitions used in deadly strike on Rafah were U.S. weapons. And I mean, it's not, you know my opinion of CNN. It's not about trusting CNN. It's about the fact that this is an obvious reality that even these going back to the Off Guardian article, there's a reason this is happening. But it's easy to prove that these were U.S. weapons, and yet the U.S. government, trapped in their own lies, tried to pretend that wasn't the case. Now, it goes on to say, even more controversially, this is the part that we're making about the aid today, the report said the State Department did not, quote, currently assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport of aid into Gaza. It was a high-stakes judgment because under a clause in the Foreign Assistance Act, that's what I was saying earlier, the U.S. would be obligated to cut arms sales and security assistance to any country found to have blocked aid. Gilbert, a 20-year veteran of the State Department who has worked in several war zones, said that the report's conclusions went against the overwhelming view of State Department experts who were consulted on the report. It's sort of like the FDA and the CDC discussion, where you're going to have their own experts going, this is dangerous, and then resigning because they won't listen and acting like the political side of this, it's the same thing here. You're talking about politicians overriding the experts. Now, experts aren't always right, but the point is that you can see the evidence. You can see that these are experts that are even on the side of the United States government who, largely in line at the State Department with their agendas, who then come out and say the evidence contradicts what you're claiming. And they go, we don't care. And they push them aside and they say the lie anyway. there's nobody who can make that make sense. It says it was clear that Israel was playing a role in limiting the amount of food and medical supplies crossing the border. Because it is clear. It's undeniable. Every human rights group, every main entity, the UN, World Food Program, and they've all made this clear. Doctors Without Borders, I mean, every individual doctors, they're been shot at, for crying out loud, by the IDF. They've watched the aid get, I mean, it's undeniable. Goes on to say, quote, there is consensus among the humanitarian community on that. It is absolutely the opinion of the humanitarian subject matter experts in the State Department. She says, not just in my bureau. People who look at this from the intelligence community and from other bureaus. So everybody seems to be on the same page except for the politicians who have an interest in lying about this. But it says, she says, I would be very hard pressed to think of anyone who has said Israel obstruction is not an issue. She goes on to say, that's why I object to that report saying that Israel is not blocking assistance. She says, quote, that is patently false. Right. So they not only denied the whole thing and pretended they weren't doing it to maintain the funding and arming, but they came out and stated the opposite for that same reason. And here's one they highlight. Oh, and there was this one too, I think. Oh, don't come to that. And then here was the one they referenced before. So this is when they lied about it. This was May 10th. They said U.S. finds Israel's use of weapons in Gaza inconsistent with human rights law, but will not cut the flow of arms. The point being that, well, the arms maybe, but they're not blocking aid, so we won't stop the flow. But so you're telling us that they're breaking the law, but we're still going to give them weapons? I mean, this is a failing narrative, guys. They've lost control. And yet, here's Elon Levy. I mean, I really do think at this point that this guy has two main objectives. One, very clearly acting in the interest directly in line with the Israeli government, like according to what I don't think he's even, technically fired in the conversation, right? He was removed from that position, but he's still playing that role. I mean, even though it says former, he's still absolutely acting, and I think in an official capacity for Israel. On top of that, I think a lot of these entities like Eli David or even the Michael Rappaports of the world have the job of flooding the conversation with nonsense all the time to kind of water it down, to confuse people, and even to waste our time. I mean, how many times have I brought this up just to say here he's lying, which I still think is important, but you realize that takes away from other things. So I think that's a large part of this. But nonetheless, for the point today, he again cites Kogat, who's been caught lying by me personally and by plenty of others, explicitly lying. I mean, even one of these leaders of the conversation just highlighted that they were just dumping the aid in an area that they controlled, knowing they weren't letting anybody in, and then, like they're doing here, pointing at it and saying, it's all right there. They're not doing their jobs, which is just grotesque that they know what they're doing, that they're trying to pretend it's not happening while they know they're starving children. But he says the UN is falsely accusing Israel of blocking aid into Gaza to cover up the fact it's failing to distribute it. So you're talking about the UN, right? So UNRWA, which you say Hamas, and if you see them, you shoot them. But you're saying they should be there taking the aid. And if they came, you shoot them. Explain how it works out. Like, it's just so dumb. These are bad narratives. But what was the other point I was going to make? Oh, but I wanted to grab this too. This is just important to keep bringing up. As I highlighted under one of the tweets recently, I'll get the right one for you here. This is directly from the UN. Now, don't blindly trust the UN, but taking this in conjunction with every other point of information, aside from him screaming a narrative you can't verify, it is self-evident. They are not doing what they claim they're doing. And this is the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. And I'll bring this to the current day. Hold on. How many days has it been now? So that's 24. So the podcast, what I'm doing is just changing the number on the end of this link so you can keep getting to, because I can't really find where it comes from exactly. But there, we're on the 29th. And it's important because this thing keeps getting updated, and they even added more information, which I find interesting. Okay, so we're just going to 38, which I believe is yesterday. Oh, no, this is today, May 31st. So, still highlighting the information here, which completely contradicts what he's saying, which is, at most, they're averaging 60 trucks a day. And some of that's not even from Israel, guys. I mean, I think predominantly it's not. or even involving. But the point is they're actively suppressing this. And if we know they were doing 500 trucks, including fuel, a day before October 7th, and they were already food insecure, what do you think 60 is going to do? It's going to guarantee they're going to starve. And the point is right now, and this is not because the only reason they need this is because they're still trapped in a refugee situation because Israel's never allowed the right of return. And many of them have been trapped in Gaza where they're not allowed to go anywhere else and ultimately suppressed and starved and dying of thirst. I mean, for a long time now. If you don't know that, it's time to educate yourself about the wildly self-evident narratives around the world that are shown by everybody except what Israel and their allies would scream at you. The game about the taking water pipes for missiles and Robert's broken all this stuff down. It obvious there in some of these conversations, there's some element of truth. Like, for example, on that one, the point was that this was taken, and provably so, from a settlement, an illegal settlement that was built next to them, and they abandoned. And so they took those the pipes to use that to make missiles because they're legally fighting against an occupation, which is legal under the 14th Geneva Convention, international law, not the ones that are under Gaza. And even then, those ones that are wildly restricted, 98% of what they do get is non-drinkable. Like, all this is provable stuff. But nonetheless, the point is that they are absolutely maintaining a starvation tactic, which is provable. And here he is trying to scream, right now there are 600 trucks waiting to be picked up. They're flat out lying. And the point I made on top of that is, even if they weren't lying, let's just say they delivered 600 trucks that day or facilitated. It doesn't change the reality that you've starved them thus far and that you provably, on an average, have been dramatically lower than what they need to survive. So just because you dump one day and pretend you did it that day, overall, though, it's very clear that they're lying and that they're not dumping, that they're basically trapping this, or if not denying it entirely. Make sure you keep a track on this because I think that's important, this UN breakdown. Now, here's where we get into the really hard stuff. This is provably happening. Okay. This is all, as far as I've seen, at least the fourth visible, provable example of a child starving to death. Why this is so hard for me is because this is a child that was born after October 7th that has now died of starvation and lack of medical care. The child's name was Faiz Abu Ataya, born during this war. Managed somehow miraculously to survive 7 months of genocide before now dying of starvation. And he says, this is what Zionism does to Palestinian babies. Now, I'm not usually one that highlights this stuff, okay? But I really do I do believe that we need to address and acknowledge what this really is. And I'm sorry if this is hard for you to look at, but this is what's happening. You've seen things like this from Yemen. And guess who else is involved in that? This is what is truly happening as Elon Levy pretends that they're dumping food in places they know they can't get, or lying about what's happening in general, bombing them when they go for it, Flower Massacre, and any other examples. This is Dan Cohen highlighting this. Here is the chairman of the Euromed Human Rights Group. Now realize, guys, that they know the child's name. They were watching his medical care. They watched him die with nothing left to do. My point, hold on, I think it's right here. Hold on, I'll read what he says. Rami Abdul says, the child, Faiz Abdu Ataya, passed away this morning, and this was on the 30th, at the Al-Aqsa Hospital, due to Israeli-imposed starvation, malnutrition, and unavailability of treatment amid the Israeli closure of the Rafah crossing, which, by the way, is also the reality of where they're pointing to, where they've blocked off the entire area, which is a violation of the Camp David Accords in at least one aspect of it, and are maintaining this illusion. Now here, as I believe is the parent, one of these Zionist bots says fake. Because that's what they do right now. Not because they can prove that, but just because why not sow doubt and lie about what this child had to go through and what the parents are now living through and how many more to follow. It's hard for us not to feel like we somehow failed that child by not making this enough, by not acting enough, by not doing more shows, by not standing up. The bottom line is, guys, this will only continue if we do not do everything we can to stop it right now. And I never mean violence. The sad reality is that people will continue to pretend this stuff isn't real. Even though you know his name, you know where he was, they were watching him pass away, watching him dwindle into nothing. But you'll see these Zionist accounts do it all over the internet. Well, it doesn't seem to censor, men never have called for censorship. I'm not now. But when you see them censoring the most benign things on the side of Palestine and ignoring everything like that, or just the fact that we're watching this continue to get worse and worse, it just needs to, I hope you can recognize where Twitter stands on this. And here's a video put out by a soldier from the IDF who says, "Dear UN, thank you so much for the aid. We're just sifting it." An Israeli soldier films himself consuming the aid that was intended for the Palestinians after they killed and displaced in Gaza. You think this is unique? You know how long I've been highlighting this? The reality of whether it's the people that are doing what they're doing in Gaza or through the PA or the Israeli government themselves who do not actually translate to giving it to Palestinians. It ends up using it for other purposes or other people that have nothing to do with Gaza or selling it or giving. This is what they've been doing, which is why, as I've highlighted before, a lot of these tunnels that were built over the years, according to National Geographic and others, have been used to get food and medical equipment for average people. And that I can prove to you that Israel at some level is completely allowing that. This is disgusting to me. This is right now, you're looking at an Israeli soldier who's making a joke about taking the aid that that child could have had. If this doesn't make the point, I don't know what will. And here is also Rami Abdul highlighting these three Palestinians took it upon themselves to set up this kind of makeshift cooking center to do the best they could to feed people with the little that they have. They were just killed by Israel. These three men were volunteering to cook food for the hungry in central Gaza before Israel killed them this morning, today. Tariq, Hamza, and Abdul Rahman Darwish, which seems apparently they're all in the same family. I just don't know how people can keep pretending this is not exactly what it looks like. Now, talking about the hostage side of this, because it's obviously connected to the concept of the food and the aid, right? Seeing as how the hostages are literally surviving on the same or not. Think about that and how overwhelming, how transparent it is for people out there screaming at the hostages who are actively blocking aid or saying bomb it all to nothing while saying free the hostages. All eyes on Rafah for my hostage, like trying to redirect the conversation to only about the people that you care about, while then driving Israel to bomb in the location you pretend you're trying to save them from. This is from Jerusalem Post. Hostage talks revival appears to hit a dead end. It says news that Hamas was standing its ground came as the war cabinet and security cabinet met to discuss efforts to release the remaining hostages. Now, what this is about is the fact that Hamas, and don't forget the 11 different times that they've offered complete, like in the beginning, first couple of weeks, it was the most advantageous for Israel. We'll give you all the hostages back if you just stop the invasion of Gaza. They said no. And they many times they did this. And I've proven to you many times over this 7-8 month period. And in the beginning, don't forget, they were saying Hamas isn't offering anything. They're lying to you. And then that got proven to be false. And then he ended up having to accept the pause, which was far less than what they actually offered in the first place. And now since then, they've offered many examples, including the one where they just got caught because they offered it to them thinking Hamas would refuse. And they said yes. And then Israel said, we didn't want that. And they back away, despite the fact that Blinken came out before it and said, Hamas better take this because Israel gave them everything. And then they say yes. And Israel says, we don't want that. And you're a liar. Proving that they never wanted these people back, that they did not want this to happen. And so now they're trying to act like it's Hamas's fault in this conversation. And you'll see, I thought that, I have this out of order. Well, in any case, the article we were just referencing is simply just saying that, Hamas is sort of making it the issue, despite the fact that all they ever argued were the same principal points from the beginning. There's no logical sense to argue that they should just give everything up and hope that Israel follows suit. And I'll make this point in a second. The idea that somehow by give the hostages back and the war will end, except that's exactly the opposite of what Israel keeps saying. But here's an important point in all this. Amariav Azozin from 972 magazine highlights Netanyahu's national security advisor has made it clear this week several times that there will be no hostage deal. The war will go on and on, like very explicitly saying this. And he simply says, one of the hostage family members have said that during the war, you shouldn't be receiving money to build a pool. This referred to news that Bibi received state money to refurbish his pool while they're murdering people, while they're not doing anything to help these families. And I'm talking about Israeli families at this point. He says he can even build 10 pools with his money. There are heinous things to say. You have no right to have this much hatred and pain. I mean, the point is simply that they're angry. And this is what they told those families. The hostage families, Netanyahu advisor tells hostage families he doesn't think there will be a deal. And they got really angry. They had to be restrained. People got removed from the building because obviously they want their families back. And they've already become very aware of this, guys. That's what I keep trying to highlight, that the Israeli families who want their families back are recognizing that Israel does not want that. And I mean, this has been explicit. They've even said if they don't take the last deal, Israel would burn. Remember that one? And they set the street on fire. Nothing happened after that, it seems. But these are families that are screaming to the world that they're not listening. Don't buy their lies. They don't want these families back. They're not listening. They want this no matter what. And this is my point about these people, these horrible people out there who are actively shilling for the Israeli government and against the interest, it seems, of most of Israel at this point. She said, Aviva Klampa says, release the hostages, end the war. And first I said, again, you mean aside from the 11 times that was offered and Israel refused? It's a pretty stupid thing to say. Then I added, also, that's verifiably false. Near every Israeli official, Netanyahu included, explicitly stated more than once that they will not stop until they eliminate Hamas. We've all heard that. And of course, read Palestinians. So even if they give all the hostages back today, which she seems to suggest will end everything, and the detainees, by the way, because some of them are POWs and detainees since they're IDF police or settlers, but then the ones that aren't, which are hostages, if they give them all back, the genocide goes on. You obviously know this. So what's crazy to me is that they're acting like that will change anything when the reality is they know it won't. So all they're trying to do is create the propaganda narrative that Hamas refuses to end the war, when in reality, it's Israel that refuses to take their hostages back. And here she just simply says, all eyes below Rafah. You know, don't you see how detestable it is that they can stand here and act like they want this, but while actively cheering on the very actions that are taking their lives? It's really frustrating. And then I don't know what just happened, but over the last week, they have all, in lockstep, come out and really pushed. How long have I been telling you this? The Bibas family. There was an early conversation about how unique the red hair was, and they have fixated on that. They've become some kind of symbol for these people. And I've continued to highlight the fact that they have been killed by IDF bombs. Their father admitted this on a video, and even Dan Cohen highlighted that the corporate media kind of inadvertently was forced to acknowledge that fact. And yet these monsters keep using the memory of these dead children. Now, look, you can make an argument all day long that it's Hamas took them. They shouldn't have been there. Fair enough. I've never argued otherwise. It's a child. It's a hostage. That's a crime. They should be accountable for that. But for you to pretend that they weren't killed by Israel and continue to drive the things that killed them as if you're helping them, it makes you a monster. And again, she says, all eyes on Rafah has gone viral. She says, and this is crazy to me. Imagine if there had been screaming headlines in 1945 declaring all eyes on Berlin, and people were furious that the Allies were about to run the Nazis out of power. They just can't stop making these clumsy analogies that have no bearing on reality. And I'll just let Tiberius explain. I love how he just comes in and just outratios them every time, getting way more engagement with their own following. He says, everyone knows Israel are the genocidal fascists in this scenario. So these posts just make you look stupid. They also show that you think the issue with Nazis wasn't that they committed genocide, but that they would done it to Jews. Never again is for everyone, including Palestinians. Just clearly. They've lost control, guys. I think that is self-evident at this point. Now, this is the important part of this segment. Mariav from 972 magazine highlights that 62% of Israelis now, again, according to a poll, which same points every time about polls, take it with a grain of salt. But this has been continually shown. 62%, they claim, want Israel to stop the war, not because they care about Gaza, in my opinion. I think that's kind of clear, but because they want to get their families back. Here's the article, just in case you want to see it. This is Ynet. Quiet appendages. It says the end. The emergency government is supposed to fall apart this week. The emergency is creeping. And the point. Hold on, I didn't find the right spot here. Oh, that says 65. 65% say they want the campaign to continue, even if most abductees die. Hold on. I should have just grabbed this beforehand. In any case, the point is that you can clearly see the ongoing reality that the families are screaming for their families back, and they want that. Last thing I saw reported from 972 was that they want them to take whatever deal Hamas offers next. And the point is that they continue to go forward anyway. So I need to come back to this because the one thing I should do as well is the translation to make sure this is actually correct. But let's read this paragraph. It says, their campaign is leaking. The issue of the abductees, the biggest challenge to the existence of the government, it seems, has become horribly political and tribal. A survey conducted within the framework of Tel Aviv University and the Hebrew University illustrates this well. When the public is asked what they support at the end of the war in the South and the return of the abductees, or the continuation of the military campaign in Gaza at the cost of the death of most of the abductees, the answers are rooted in the coalition versus the opposition. 74% of the Jewish opposition voters are ready to announce that the war will end so the abductees can return. Okay, so that's the point she's making. 74. So I guess she just accidentally put 62. I don't know. Maybe it changed. Maybe they updated it. The second point was about the overlap of there's different varying points of the poll. But the point is simply, and again, never argued it's about Gaza. They just want their families back, and they're willing to accept anything at this point to allow that to happen. And Israel has continued to scream that that's what they're trying to do. Even though it's obvious that it's at least secondary. And don't forget, in the beginning, they made it clear that the hostages would wait. That was a direct statement by an Israeli official. We have to get Hamas first. Then they just tried to change it. Here's an extension of that point. This is from today. Hamas releases audio from Israeli hostage Noah Argamani, which is the one that's famously seen on the back of that bike, who, by the way, is an IDF soldier. It's not, she's literally, the point is that they try to make it out to a hostage and a kidnapping, when in reality is it's an IDF person, which means it's a military target. That does not mean they should be abused or raped or none of that. Those are all crimes, which there's no evidence that happened. But my point is simply that even them to call it a hostage is not accurate. But they said Hamas has released a video containing audio from hostage Noah Argamani with images of her drawings over audio alongside her voice, in which she pleads to be saved. Now, right now, this gets used by propagandists to say, release the hostages, end the war, try to push it on their side of the narrative. But that's not what's happening. She was seen in a widely shared video being abducted. It says the 26-year-old was last heard in a video released by Hamas. It says the Hostage Families Forum, this is weird to me, which said the family would prove the release of the video. I mean, Hamas is releasing it. So why? It's like, I don't know. It's a strange thing to say. But it says 125 men and women have been held hostage by Hamas for 238 days. That's what the statement. The Israeli government must hear the call and act decisively without the need for propaganda video from Hamas. Like they're saying, we don't need this. You should have already taken action. And it says to swiftly reach the deal to bring the hostages home. See, that's very different from what Israel wants you to think they're actually saying. They're saying, make the deal, accept the deal. They want them to take it. Israel's refusing. Don't forget, we just told you, as of today, they're saying there will be no deal, despite what the families want. Do you think that sounds like they care about the hostages? Same thing. Here is somebody highlighting that the WHO decision on Gaza that does not demand the immediate unconditional release of hostages is unforgivable. I mean, it's a stupid thing to say. So again, if you're claiming this is a terrorist organization, right? Okay. And you're going to say that because they ask them to, they're going to do that? Or just simply that you demand that they make that fruitless stand before they do anything else, or that that's all they do? You just want them to stand there and go, do nothing else but release hostages, and if you don't, it's meaningless. They're not going to give up the only rule that they have in this process, and they've already offered essentially that deal more than once, if only you just stop what you're doing. So it's basically already been offered. You refused it more than once. But all they're doing is trying to make the WHO look like they don't care, despite the fact that, guess what? They've already done that. Countless times, almost every angle of this have said, we asked for release the hostages. They've done it already. So they're also lying because they're desperate. But again, Elon Levy says in covering up Hamas's militarization of hospitals, otherwise read as the Israel bombing of hospitals with no justification, the WHO has made itself an active combatant in the information war against Israel. The point is clear that they've had these opportunities. They've refused doing so. The families want them to take the deal. Now they've said there won't even be a deal. All you want is them to just say, give up everything you have for no reason. Now, even if you think that's the right thing to do, it's not going to happen. So all this is a guarantee, pretending, grandstanding like you want change, that it won't change. Meaning they're making sure it continues. And here's another example. Arsen Ostrovsky, the supposed international human rights lawyer, who I've commented the same damn thing under almost every one of them. So they know this, and it's also pretty public information. He does the same thing yesterday. Hi, dear enlightened world. While all your eyes are on Rafah, it's almost insulting they keep doing that. It is insulting because they're just saying you should be looking over here instead. Might you tell us if perhaps you've seen these two beautiful boys? It just really grosses me out. Obviously, you can be outraged about the fact that they took them. It was a crime. But to pretend like you don't know this already, as I've highlighted very clearly, this is the father on video saying they were killed by IDF bombs. And also, Dan Cohen highlighted that, I'll just bring that up since I didn't have it here. And you guys have all seen this mostly if you watch this platform. Oop, that's the wrong one. Oh, I think this is it. Yeah. In the reporting of the deaths of the Beavis family, CBS is forced to acknowledge they were killed by Israeli airstrikes, not Hamas. You know, and the point is, this is all very public. This is on November 30th. And yet they still, in a really disgusting fashion, continue to use the memory of these children, which really does just kind of turn my stomach. Shows you who these people really are. Now, on this last of the segment, I'm going to play this video. Now, there are parts of this that I disagree with. I don't like the idea of reparations in really any sense. The idea that people, like for past, like the idea that that's a government-controlled process, the whole thing I don't agree with. But the point in all of this I really agree with. I find it to be an important video because the main point he's making is about what about the hostages game they keep playing? I'll let it speak for itself.
About the hostages. There are dozens of Israelis that have been all but abandoned by their government, being used as an excuse to murder 40,000 people and counting. And how about the 2 million Palestinian hostages who've been bombed out of their homes, cut off from food, and who world leaders have just turned their backs on? And what about the civilians of every nation, forced to bear witness and feeling powerless against that trinity that Martin Luther King died fighting: racism, militarism, and poverty? The world is still being held hostage to that same insanity. And what about Jewish safety, held hostage by an apartheid state that bombs universities and hospitals and refugee camps and then claims to act and speak for Moses and my entire mother's side of the family? And what about Muslim safety, held hostage by Western bigotry and a global military empire, which also holds most of our public money hostage? So what about the name of Jesus Christ, held hostage by idol worshipers and money changers? And so what about our children, held hostage by a world which does not protect them because it worships violence and power and 3,000 billionaires who strip us all of our agency and dignity and our democracy, held hostage by their money? When are we going to unite in a demand for equality and reparations and basic human rights, like the right of Palestinians to simply return to their homes and be equal on the Holy Land, which is in truth all the land? When will we demand shalom, salam, peace, which is one word that belongs to all people and is our human right and obligation toward each other? I guess maybe when we answer that question, what about the hostages?
It's just important, I think. You know, I mean, I'm sure you can pick out the things that I would, you know, like I said before, but I just think that's important to think about. You know, I mean, I don't think this is hard for most average, anybody with, a heart, right? That you can see these things, and you recognize that you can care about the families that are there, but you could also care about the Palestinian lives and the 75 years of brutal occupation and apartheid, rape, murder, and pillaging that we can clearly prove. I think it's important. Now, by the way, if you're watching this right now, I would say, I just want to highlight the fact that, as we said the other day, because of all the stuff that's happening and Stripe kicking us off their platform, and I can't, what's going on with Buy Me a Coffee on a quick update, by the way, it looks like they haven't notified me, but it came back on for a second. So who knows what's going to happen there, but I'll keep you updated if they do. The point was they froze the account. But right now, if you're on these platforms, if you're on Locals, oh, by the way, I think Locals just stopped because we went over 3 hours. But if you're on, Rumble or Rockfin or any of them, right now, if you want to support us, an easy way to do it is through the kind of super chat or whatever it's called on those platforms. Again, Rockfin's not behind a paywall anymore. Because I only did that, by the way, because they're kind of a way to support the Rockfin. It's always been public everywhere else. But, if you'd like to, that's an easy way to support us right now. So we appreciate that support, and Odyssey and the rest of it as well. So let's talk about Rafah and, some other stuff. And we'll see if we get to the rest of this. I might just wrap soon, but I wanted to make sure we covered some of these updates. Now, a really important article that Robert put out, which actually let me check this really quickly. We just discussed today. Oh, I guess we didn't get it. I discussed it with, I think it's Pel North on his show on TNT Radio. I just really thought it was a great conversation, and I feel like I laid it out really well. I was gonna point to that also to shout out the show, because I appreciate what he's bringing me on. But Robert's article rather, it's just very important. It's called "The Rafah Massacre: A Detailed Rebuttal of Israel's Contradicting Narratives." Now, really, in the interest of time, we've covered most of this, but the important part of this article is to highlight and the show I recently did where they were changing narratives. It's pretty much the same thing. He adds a lot of good context and information around all this, and just how they've changed this narrative from the very beginning. The precise attack, which became, the compound, the facility, and the evidence that contradicted that. But they came out with narratives that immediately contradict each other one after another. Narrative 1 to narrative 2, and the point was he goes through the idea of accidents, blaming Hamas, the people online, and the overall thing we talked about is the telling of the people in Palestine to go to the zone 271. We can prove that they told them that. We can prove it on the leaflets. We can prove it on the IDF post. And then we can prove that they then removed the numbers from the image and said, this is where we bombed, which is that exact same location, but just didn't include it on the humanitarian area on that image, despite the fact that they just told them to go there, right? So you could prove that, which is very deliberate in my eyes. Right. But then the other discussions around this, the idea of the people that were there, the point is that they weren't even necessarily connected with Hamas or previous PIJ overlap. It's very clear that they manufactured all of this and they're just killing Palestinians. But there's a lot of good information around this. And I think one of the other parts was that, let me just read this. Israel's deceptive language, misleading labels of maps, contradicting narratives, illogical and confusing allegations, combined with pieces of unverifiable information, clearly point to a cover-up. Israel's various narratives are likely designed to try and muddy the waters in order to confuse an international audience, especially those not familiar with history and similar fabrications. As always, Robert does an excellent job. And I just want you to make sure you read this if you really want to understand how transparent the ongoing manipulation is around their narrative from Rafah. Now, I said this previously, and I wanted to come back and highlight this since this is an important part of it. And this is what they're now saying. And Robert covers this in the article, that ultimately they've now shifted in after first saying one thing, then another, and now coming back to, it was Hamas's fault, basically highlighting. And this is, when I talked about this, we played the audio clip directly from the IDF post. And that itself is completely up. I mean, the fact that they've already been caught lying by, I think it was Channel 4, mainstream media, and everybody else, where they proved that they not only edited and put together two separate audios, but the syntax, the pronunciation, that it was very clearly not Arab-speaking people. What do you think? Now, that was proven. They lied about it to try to argue that it was, whatever the narrative was at the time. Now, they put out that other audio, so you should be skeptical about that. But before that, and this is the one I was referencing that I thought had been deleted, and maybe it has, because this is just a screenshot of it, they came out with this. Oh, and look at that. It's Dr. Eli David. What a surprise. And this was it was video of the burning area in Rafah, and literally some manipulated audio verifiably that was like, oh, it was a Hamas rocket, and we had all this cash there. Like, it's just these dumb narratives that were meant to just, I guess, sew up the thing they thought you would buy. The point is, the moron actually left the Klydio.com watermark on the thing, which is from a platform where you add audio over the video. How stupid is that? And on top of that, people went even further, and it says there's almost half a second of video without any audio when they mix the fake audio and the video together and it didn't combine properly. And you can look for yourself. This is how bad they are at this, or how they just don't care. So the point is, not only did they lie about the whole process, the last thing they put in to try to maybe shift it back into the idea that it was only Hamas, they lied about it, like everything else. And then here's just Elon Levy, with all that you know, saying this is Sky News simply saying that their investigation reveals that it was basically that reveals that the Israeli weapons which killed them were made in the United States. And here his response is, except those weapons, very small munitions, could not have killed so many people because that they could not have sparked that fire. Like, what an idiot. I mean, just straight up, this is such bad. So you're telling me that a bomb, however small, is not capable of sparking a fire? I mean, if we understand that a spark, a bottle in a field can start a fire, like, these people are this ridiculous. And then on top of that, we can prove that what they actually dropped were far larger than what they claim are small munitions. And we have videos of what they used. It says Israel used precise munitions, and that's one of the major parts that Robert breaks down. The very argument of precise is later contradicted by other terms and other claims they made, always. But they say that those are the ones the U.S. have been telling us to use. I guarantee that's almost kind of a way to be like, that's their fault. Or like, ask them about it. Like, it's just bad. Losing. And I simply said, precise munitions. It's so bad, and nobody buys this right now. Now, here are some important back and forth that I want you to see from the State Department. And this is Saeed Erekat, who you should be following. And it's just the way that they keep doing this. I mean, this is the guy that's, probably one of the worst at the moment, and they're not even that bad at this. And it's just because they are trapped. They know they're lying. They know we know they're lying. And it's just a game of, just trying to downplay in a really clumsy way. Here's what they had to say. And this is about the Rafah discussion. This one.
CNN, New York Times investigation that determined that the weapons used in Rafah were American weapons, the GPU-39, whatever. Do you have any comment on that? Because yesterday, I think the secretary said he was not sure yet whether it was American-made weapons and so on, something like that. So what is your position today?
So I'm going to let the IDF speak to their investigation, including what pieces.
I'm asking you about, is this a U.S. weapon as far as you know?
Again, it is not for for us to speak.
So they've got these like kind of pocket narrative they keep doing, like, well, I'm not going to assume about unverifiable. And yet they do all the time. He's directly asking you about things that the U.S. government does know about. The State Department. Were your weapons given to Israel? Did they use those weapons? And again, knowing that we have investigations that have already proven that. We have admissions there. But this is just about trying to pretend and lie and obfuscate for genocide.
We can't speak to individual weapons loadouts to Israeli aircraft. So I will let the IDF speak to their investigation findings and indicate, including anything that they have to share about what weapons were used. I just don't have an assessment for you that on site.
And lastly, does it bother you?
Now, there's another one we'll get to before that. Zachary Foster makes an excellent point, and this is the infuriating reality of what they're doing. He says the United States responds to genocide in a nutshell. And these are just a few of the examples. Israeli military bombs hospitals. U.S., we're looking into it. The last university in Gaza is blown up in a controlled demolition. U.S., we're looking into it. 6-year-old Hind Rajab is killed in a car waiting for her family, and they kill her family first, and they come back as she's waiting and kill her too. We're looking into it. 17-year-old American Tawfiq Abdel-Jabbar is killed in the West Bank. We're looking into it. The Flower Massacre, we're looking into it. The WCK truck is bombed, killing 7 aid workers. Remember, all of these are huge stories. We're looking into it. Whatever came of that? Nothing. Israeli military blocking aid, we're looking into it. Yeah, well, guess what? Now we know for sure based on every other, we already knew for sure, but hey, guess what? They're still looking into it. 7 mass graves in Gaza, we're looking into it. Rafah tent massacre, we're looking into it. It's exactly what's happening. Now here is an interesting overlap to the one that got highlighted in the Rafah massacre, seeing as how they've been bombing in Rafah for months now, which nobody wants to talk about. This is after that. Okay, so after the massacre we just highlighted, where they burned children alive in their tents, decapitated one. The point is, we already highlighted, they bombed there again, verifiably. There's video. And Israel, according to Reuters, because I think they know how bad this looks right now, they just simply denied it, which is weird. It's like the Al-Ali hospital, right? And first, they get caught lying, saying, no, we bombed Hamas members there. Naftali said that. And then the narrative came out from IDF that it was a Hamas missile that backfired. He erased it, deleted it, and said that case. And he got caught lying by everybody. Twitter called it out. So then after that, every single hospital, what did they say? Hamas human shields. So then why didn't you say it the first time? Like, the point is they get caught in these moments. So right now, what have they been saying? Hamas was there. We killed Hamas members, human shields. And now it's beginning to blow it's the whole time it's been a crime. The whole time it hasn't added up. But now people are finding the courage to call it out as individuals. The media is now, for whatever reason, shifting that narrative. So they go, we deny it. It didn't happen. Literally denying what everybody can see. And it says 2 days after an Israel. First little point here. I want to highlight this. They're talking about how Kirby tries to define a large versus minor invasion. I mean, how dumb it is that they're pretending like that's even a different. Right now, it's obvious what's happening. But I wanted to point out what I said the other day, that it seems incredible to me that what they're saying is when you define a large operation, a major ground operation, he says that's large numbers of troops in columns and formations in some sort of coordinated maneuver against the targets on the ground. That's what they say is not allowed to happen. Alternatively, a minor operation apparently is indiscriminately bombing from the sky. So you get what I'm saying there? The United States government seems to be demanding the thing that's maximizing civilian casualties, sort of like the injection in every choice that maximizes harm. However you want to look at this, the very thing they're stopping them from doing, which, by the way, I argue Israel doing it wouldn't change that much because they want to kill all Palestinians. But the interesting part of it is that arguably, from an honest perspective, if that exists in this conversation for them, that a ground operation would allow them to be more surgical about what they're doing, which would arguably minimize civilian casualties. But no, they say, nope, not allowed, not allowed. I just think that's ridiculous. Then it says 2 days after an Israeli airstrike on a camp that killed children in their tents that burned alive, Gaza Emergency Services said 4 tank shells were fired on Tuesday that hit a cluster of tents in Al-Mawasi, the same location that they told them to go to, 2371, that they bombed, and then they fired at it again. That's probably why they denied it, because it's very clear how this looks. A coastal strip Israel designated as expanded humanitarian zone. See, even Reuters is calling out expanded because that's where they told them to go. And they're now lying about that, where it advised them to go. But Israel's military later said, contrary to the reports from the last few hours, IDF did not strike that area. I mean, that's just straight up desperate. Now, Asal Rod points out, well, first and foremost, AP says U.S. calls Algeria's proposed UN resolution that simply demands Israel stop what they're doing not helpful. And she simply says, apparently blocking every attempt for a ceasefire, drawing fake red lines, building a sinking pier, and arming the forces committing your atrocities is what's helpful, according to Biden. But demanding they stop all those bad things is not helpful. I mean, it's so obvious that the U.S. government is committed. I mean, they're lost in this. Doctors Without Borders highlights that they one of their locations was forced to close. It apparently was the primary care center in Al-Mawasi. What? Why? Due to Israel's offensive. Again, another example of them bombing that location right now, and they were forced to close one that they just set up. It says they treated over 33,000 patients at the healthcare since February. This is the second health facility we have been forced to close in a week. And the whole point is, and I'm going to play this clip for you, how these people are dealing with, they're going after the healthcare workers, and they'll set these new things up and they'll rush them away in days. And it's just, imagine it, the individuals going through this, that most people don't grasp that they're not just being moved to a place and then they have comfortable time there. Like they're being moved rapidly. Half of them aren't even in the new location before they push them to the next one. And they're all being bombed and there on the way and new place. It's constant. It's torture, guys. This is maniacal. And Doctors Without Borders, as far as I know, hasn't been called Hamas. So I wonder why that's not, nobody's addressing that. Are they Hamas or are you murdering doctors? Obviously, none of them are the games they play. Oh, UNRWA's Hamas. They're just making up these narratives because even the U.S. has said they've never provided evidence for that. But Decentered News highlights this great clip with Abu Nama from Electronic Intifada. and a doctor he's speaking with. And I'll let this play. It's important what he's saying here.
Run on Rafah was so fast that there was no way. Every team was pinned down. Our team, our GLIA team, has already been displaced twice in the last 3 weeks. And so that is the same case for every team, Palestinian and international. Of course, the Palestinians, many more than twice. So we're talking about a place where you can't provide the care because you don't have the equipment, you can't move the people, and you can't provide the care on the location because you're worried, you're pinned down, you're worried, you can't go into the open, you can't freely move so you can take care of your patient. And none of the systems are set up for that. The World Health Organization is doing an okay job. I think we can all say that they're doing very badly in some ways and they're doing their best in other ways. The World Health Organization was set up for floods and earthquakes. They weren't set up for a genocidal, maniacal army trying to exterminate everything in its path. So of course it doesn't know what to do right now. Of course they don't. Most of the international medical teams that are really experienced are also experienced in wars where there was respect for medical teams. When I was in Ukraine, I never worried that the Russians were going to bomb me in the hospital. I never worried that when I was in an ambulance, somebody was going to kill me.
Isn't that an interesting overlap? Of course, it's going to be labeled as somehow he's, pro the bad guys because he's pointing out what he experienced. But it's an interesting overlap. As they scream that Russia's the biggest, whatever, whether it's Iran or Russia, that whenever they highlight it's the worst thing in the world, they're the terrorists of the world, they're the whatever, they're the bad thing. Except when you compare it to the actions of the U.S. or Israel, it's pretty stark. And that in no way suggests that they wouldn't do the same thing given the same opportunity. Certainly possible. But my point is, what we can prove seems to be it's not the same right now. And yet we get screaming narratives about how they're the worst in the world while we watch the supposed good guys do the worst things constantly, everywhere, repeatedly.
These things, as much as people want to vilify the Russians, we never worried about that. And yet in the Gaza Strip, our teams worry every moment that they are next. And I want to say that's even with the privilege of being internationals. Never mind the Palestinians, of whom hundreds have been killed already, hundreds. And another probably 100 or 200 are in some kind of torture death camp outside of Gaza, just waiting to either die or sometime be released.
It's just sad how obvious this is. And here is Andula English highlighting another back and forth. I'll let it play. It's the same thing. It's about the minor operation in the game they're playing here.
You use on Rafah, you say it's not a major operation, but I mean, 54 people have been killed in Gaza over the past 24 hours. Nearly 1 million people have already fled Rafah over the past 3 weeks as Israeli strikes continue. We have seen Israeli tanks in Rafah, although you deny. Are these
millions displaced, but it's minor, right?
Acceptable for you? I mean, is there a line? Where is the line, the limit for you to say, okay, this is enough and this cannot continue anymore?
I'm just not going to preview or.
They might as well just say it. We're not taking questions because we're not going to answer anything. It's so ridiculous. I'm not going to try to get ahead of what might be happening tomorrow or what they might be saying when they do. It's just the same dumb thing every time.
Try to pinpoint a hypothetical like that, Rabia. The truth of the...
Think about what he just said. You're asking point blank, what is your red line? We're not asking you to make up scenarios. What would it be? What would it take for you to say that's now a major operation? I mean, Kirby found a way to explain it. This is just them deflecting because they're caught.
Facts on the ground are is that we have yet to see a major military operation into Rafah. As I said, we have.
Isn't that the frustrating part? She's like, okay, what is that? What does it look like? I can't get ahead of it. So you haven't seen it, so you know what it's not, right? It's so bad.
I've seen an uptick in military operations at the border, in the Philadelphia corridor, and in the outskirts.
An uptick? You mean an illegal occupation of what is Egypt there? I mean. Yes, it's just so crazy. Like these people are sealing their own death here, like in a political way. It's, at least I hope so. How if they go past this and nobody's accountable for all of this? I mean, pretty much proves what I believe, right? But I hope that's not the case.
But we have not seen a major operation into Gaza. We are into Rafah. I'm sorry. We will continue to monitor conditions, and we will continue to see what happens.
What will be a major operation?
Again, we have been clear about what this isn't, which is not a major military operation. I'm not going to categorize it into one box or another. This is obviously a very dynamic and fluid situation. We're going to continue to consult with our partners in Israel and engage on these issues.
Just a quick follow-up on
yeah.
Tom and Said's question regarding the CNN analysis on U.S. weapons. I mean, this analysis was based on open source information, like footage. Why isn't the State Department able to make a similar assessment based on, instead of relying on the IDF investigation?
We're just not going to speak to individual weapons loadouts on particular aircraft. That's not something we're going to get into from here, and I will leave it to the IDF to speak to anything that they want to share as it relates to their findings and an investigation that they have underway.
Oh, good. So I guess now the IDF is running our State Department meetings, right? Just ask the IDF because they don't know. That's just I'll give this to the IDF to answer there. If every question about your involvement with what's happening is you have to ask them, then IDF is in control of this, which probably is more to the reality than most people want to accept. Well, here's the crazy part. As he's denying the major operation, well, guess what Associated Press says today? Israel confirms its forces are in central Rafah, ground forces, in expanding offensive in the southern Gaza City. So we've got tanks rolling through the ground, right? I mean, this is I'm almost certain that I had that tweet in there. That's crazy. I must have got rid of that. Well, in any case, there's imagery going around of the tanks arriving into Rafah. And it's not a secret anymore. Israel's confirming that their ground forces are in central Rafah. So if you've got ground forces in the middle of the location, if you've got bombing all around it, if you've got, I mean, how in the world, okay, I would love to now see what they think a major operation would be. Like, I bet you it's going to come back to the ridiculous claim that Kirby put it in, like the columns and rows and organization. That's what major, just because you're in lines. Like, it's something really ridiculous like that they're probably going to make an argument about. But either way, we're already there. It's already happening. And they damn well know it. And not only they're lying about everything that would stop them from funding them, whether food aid or illegal actions, they're gaslighting you into thinking what this is small. Genocide. And this was going back to the point I made earlier. 2 more U.S. officials now resign over Biden administration's position on the Gaza war. And I'll just, for time, I'm going to skip. This was the same point from before, but he did a good outline showing you, made some good points about but the point is, they're all lying. Their own people are resigning in protest and showing you they're lying, and it still continues. Now, Jabalia was also hit. And ongoing, by the way. Don't forget, Jabalia refugee camp was the place where they bombed, killed 200 innocent people, where they claim they got a leader of Hamas that ended up not being there. And even Wolf Blitzer couldn't swallow that. And remember, that's even now proven by the Lavender investigation from 972 magazine, where they've admitted, and Robert covered this in his article, that they claim they can kill 100 innocent people to kill one Hamas commander. And remember, they're calling UNRWA Hamas. They're calling you Hamas. So it's pretty easy to see that's a flimsy allegation. The last weeks, we've received horrific reports from UNRWA. They say the facilities in Jabalia refugee camp, Jabalia North in Gaza, displaced people, including children, reportedly killed and injured, sheltering in our schools. Besieged by IDF tanks. Tens of people sheltering at the school reportedly set on fire by the IDF. Horrifying. Here is Ahmed Massoud today saying this is Jabalia refugee camp. This is what it looks like right now. And it says where he grew up and where his novel Vanished is set. It says the Israelis have destroyed, for no reason, streets, cafes, markets that he says, I have so much memories of and have all disappeared. But we are cleaning it now and we will rebuild again. We are going nowhere. Right? Now, of course, they're going to turn around and say, Hamas, keeping them there, human shields. And that's ridiculous. These people are dedicated to maintain and to stand their ground for their own rights. But this is what it looks like, guys. This is what they're doing. They're destroying everything. And everyone can call it out. Everyone can see it. But your government lies about it. Now, Quds News highlights another war crime unfolding, and this is yesterday, after the Israeli armies pulled out from Jabalia refugee camp. So when they pulled out of that camp, dozens of bodies were exhumed from the cemeteries and the camp and transported to unknown destinations. Every time. And every time they just make up lies about it. And every time they come back missing organs. It's over and over and over. Khaleesi highlights US, UK, UE armed Israeli terror. Now we're seeing drones with machine guns just randomly attacking Palestinians who returned to the camp after they left. So imagine that. So Israel pulls away. People who are going back to their location, they have drones set up to fire at them randomly. Are they all Hamas members? Are they all human shields? These are random Palestinians who are there and they're shot at regardless. More of the rules-based order support a mechanized slaughter of the innocent, she says. 100%. Madasim al-Dalawi, the journalist on the ground, he says 17 just out of the 47 injured people from the Jabalil refugee camp have been so far declared, the medics have declared dead. 17 of them, just because they were injured so badly and they later died. People rushed to see their homes after they were left and they were shot, as we just showed you. Now, this goes forward. This is to today. Since the early morning in the Jabalil refugee camp, they have retrieved around 70 decomposed bodies. Most of them were children and women who were killed by Israeli snipers while attempting to flee the camp from bombs. Most of the bodies went to mass graves unidentified because snipers simply no way to identify the families, can guess their clothes or size by the body. The point is, this is every location you go to. Every single one along the way. Now, he also highlights, sadly, not only is he highlighting and reporting on the fact that they're killing people everywhere, his son was just targeted. Matsim al-Dalul, another one of his sons, was killed in Israeli bombing near the refugee shelter where he was staying at Al Zaytun neighborhood in Gaza City. My opinion, they're either going after him and don't care who they kill in his family, or they're targeting his family. They've admitted these things before because he's covering this, what's going on. Caitlin Johnstone says, remember, kids, Israel has to bomb hospitals and starve Gaza and incinerate children and shoot people waving white flags and assassinate doctors and journalists and commit daily massacres of civilians, because if it doesn't do all of that, this region will be dominated by evil terrorists. How perfect. Right. So you're stopping the terrorists by becoming worse than what you claim they were. I mean, it's just, this is the reality is it was always about Zionist terrorism, guys, an occupation. Euromed Human Rights Group also highlights a really important breakdown. You can read this for yourself. In depth of their own investigation of what's happening to the hostages of Israeli revenge in the Gaza Strip. A new report documents crimes committed against detainees from the Gaza Strip. The report documents 42 different forms of torture and inhumane and degrading treatment based on 100 different testimonies and their own investigation. Mohammed Shihada highlights this story. Internal IDF report, their own report, which I guarantee means it's a hell of a lot more than this, finds 2 Gazans simply died after being beaten on the way to the prison. You know, the people that were detained for no reason. And they beat them because they were getting revenge. And don't forget, even Israel has admitted that they've allowed that because it lets off steam. And also, let me make sure I didn't miss something on this. Yeah, no, I think that's the second, the one after this is what connects with this one. So Yunus Harawi highlights, and we've already shown you, I mean, you need to follow his account. The ICJ has already utilized a lot of his verifiable work because it's proven, it's documented, and it links right back to their accounts where they posted these things. He says, Lieutenant Colonel Yair Mahan of 252nd Division, a senior IDF commander, notably appointed as one of the chiefs overseeing Israeli airstrikes on Gaza, including Rafah, by the way, he disclosed that Operation Nir and Oz in Khan Yunis, one of the other safe locations, aimed to wipe out the town Kibbutz Kaza as revenge, as he stated it. Not because of Hamas, not because of anything other than revenge on Palestinians, and he posted that himself. And again, he goes on with threads to show you how often this is happening. Now here is an important segment from an older interview with Abby Martin and a former IDF member, who is speaking, is actually a sergeant, about how he enforced apartheid and why he stopped and why he recognized what was happening.
Iran, you went from being a soldier in the IDF to being a very outspoken critic of both the occupation and continued takeover of Palestine. What made you go through such a profound transformation?
I realized that my job is actually to maintain an apartheid system. very early on, I understood that the rights that the Jewish settlers have are not the rights that the Palestinians have. I understood that I cannot touch a Jewish settler if he is attacking a Palestinian. The best I can do is call a local police department to come handle it, like I would do at home in Jerusalem. So these Jewish settlers that live in Hebron are living under the same rights that I live in Jerusalem, but the Palestinian next to them, next house over, next building over, sometimes next apartment over, lives under my rule, my military rule. And I can do whatever I want with him. I can take his home as a temporary base for a few hours to a few days to a few weeks. I can decide that I'm arresting the people of the house and tying them up to the fence of my base. If we will get an order to demolish their home or just lock their front door and don't let them out into the street their house is on, a street that only Jewish settlers can walk on and Palestinians cannot. So they have to walk through windows to yards, into the other side, into the Kasbah of Hebron.
My God.
I think realizing all of that in a very, very early stage in my service helped me understood that someone was lying to me along the way. I didn't feel like I'm protecting anyone. I didn't feel like I'm helping anyone feeling more safe. I feel like I'm terrorizing people. I feel like for the first time in my life, the boundaries between good and bad that I learned as a kid, and obviously I learned that I'm on the good side, was broken.
And I think this is really important because it's important to recognize that not every one of these people are consciously aware that they've been deceived. It's like as David Icke said, it's like a cult, right? They're indoctrinated from day one, like the United States kids as well in other ways, to believe that this is the case. And, in his morals, I would argue, if you take him at face value, shine through. And he recognized in that moment, this is wrong. You could ask why it took so long. Maybe he's lying about, who knows? But the point is, either way, this is an Israeli IDF member who's openly admitting, which, by the way, is easy to verify and look at for yourself, that they're committing all these crimes. They treat them differently, that they only streets for only Jewish settlers and so on. That's obviously apartheid by every definition of the word.
I felt like I am the terrorist. And my job was literally to scare people so they cannot think about acting against the Israeli settlers or the Israeli military. That was actually our defined mission, to make sure that to instill fear in the hearts of Palestinians in Hebron. And that's exactly what we did.
And exactly why they're failing when it comes to real warfare, because they're not real warriors. They're not warriors or not real military personnel. They're apartheid enforcers against women and children. It's pretty obvious. Now, on that note, again, I can highlight these every time. And it's not just because we should be blindly trusting human rights groups. They've been made mistakes or lied and been wrong just like anything else. But what's clear is that this is from 2021 forward, B'Tselem, which is an Israeli human rights group leading in the world, a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. This is apartheid. That's their title. Human Rights Watch, 2021, Threshold Cross, apartheid, persecution. Is Amnesty International, Israel's apartheid against Palestinians. And the clip that I'll obviously play about Avi Shalom, who's a highly respected Israeli historian, that tells you the same thing.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. Yes. It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
And here's what he's referencing from Haaretz. And this is actually about Netanyahu's response to a TV star who tried to lie like the rest of them online right now, or maybe they didn't know, saying Arabs are equal. That's how often we keep hearing that from all these screamers online. And Netanyahu stood up and said, quote, Israel is the nation state of the Jews alone. It's simple, guys. It's not hard to see. That's the important part of all this. It's self-evident. Now, I'm going to skip one of these sections to wrap up, but I want to finish this part so you can see this important. BM highlights this. It's Zippy Navon, I guess, was, until about 7 months ago, Sarah Netanyahu's office manager. She was suspended following public outrage regarding posts where she called anti-Netanyahu protesters pedophile lovers and leftist traitors. Say it's the same thing. You get these same political games everywhere. While in suspension, she quit her job. He says, I would not be surprised at all if she's still in touch with the unhinged couple that rules that country. Read her attached post to see what her, quote, solution to Gaza is. Completely deranged stuff. And he says, I'd say this woman belongs in asylum, but unfortunately her depraved view represents quite a lot of people in this insane country. Now, the point here is this is unfortunately true. And what you're going to see is that she, and remember, she was serving as the wife of Netanyahu and his office manager. Here's what she posted, before locking her account because people were recognizing that she was crazy or genocidal. It says, we keep saying to terminate Gaza, and I think it's not enough. I will not calm the storm of emotions. I will not extinguish the power of anger and the pain that you cannot find a solution for. Every time when I'm exposed to a video or a photo that illustrates the terrible horror that happened in our regions, I imagine how the IDF catches all the terrorists and residents from Gaza. See how she includes both, including random Palestinians in Gaza who participated in the massacre. To her, to them, it's all of them. Centers them in the one place and live and live, so recording, so that the whole nation of Israel can see, takes one by one, corrupts them well with pork fat, so violate their religious beliefs, and starts with torture. First, removing the nails from the hands and feet, then removing pieces of skin from different areas of the body. Slowly, and carefully, not to cause a death of the cartilage. He has to suffer and suffer for a long time. After stripping the scum from his skin, they cut off his genitals and let him see how his eggs are fried in canola oil and let him eat them. And this is how they slowly and patiently spread it to the two parts. We have a lot of time in parentheses. Keep the tongue to the end so that it pleases us with its screams. The ears so that he can hear his own screams, and eyes so that he can see us smile. Does it sound to you that I'm cruel? Tell it to the raped girls, the bald babies, the burned boy, all the lies, right? All the provable, verifiable lies. The burned boys are paralyzed soldiers. He who pities the cruel has his end to be cruel to the merciful. Oh, citing God, citing, religion, right? I mean, my God, these are not godly people. I mean, anybody that would say that is my point. Not other Jewish people in the world that you would assume I meant. Nope, that's not what I meant. People that are this crazy, that are highlighting mostly Zionists that I can see, Christian and Jewish or whatever else. That's maniacal, guys. That's bad. No matter what you believe, that was in you from before. You're a bad person. I mean, it really blows my mind. And the point is that these are people that are in the main circle, in Netanyahu's family circle. That's just mind-blowing to me. And I think what's important here is to recognize that this is not unique. And even what's interesting is the pork fat point. Don't forget what we see with the Azov movement right in the beginning. The video that came out where they were putting their bullets in pork fat. There's a reason these things overlap, guys. And of course, she locked her account now, so you can't see what she's saying. Here is Smotrich, Israel's finance minister and apparently the de facto governor of the occupied West Bank, who is openly threatening to turn Palestinian villages into ruins like Gaza. They don't even care. This is the crazy part of this. He's coming out and being very clear about this. We need to destroy all of Palestine. And yet your government pretends like that's not what's happening. Here in the West Bank, the Israeli army invaded Ramallah last night, burned the main market and stole, actually, hold on. This was, what is in the West Bank? I was confusing that. The Israeli army invaded Ramallah last night. So the army burned the main market and stole money from the exchange offices. The Israeli occupation confiscated all authorities from the Palestinian Authority. West Bank, guys. Here is another example, and a smaller one, but still happening constantly. This is somebody who lives in the West Bank. He says, an Israeli settler destroyed my house wall. The Israeli soldier did nothing to stop them. The Israeli police will do nothing to make him accountable. The point is, he's just coming out and he's knocking things down in his house. The soldier stands there and watches what happens. He tries to say, hey, stop the guy. He's destroying my house. He doesn't matter. Doesn't care. Just because they don't care. Now, I'm going to come back to this point just for time. I mean, I actually want to talk about this longer, but just rapid succession. I was going to make a point about human shields. All these are examples of, only one I think is before October 7th, of human shields being used by Israel in plain daylight, right in front of everybody. Human shields right down this, right sitting, right in front of everybody, right in the street, handcuffed. I think that was from before. That's the same one. This one, marching them through. We've talked about most of these. So this was an older example, not new. Here's one with a child right there by the car. Here's one child with the IDF soldiers. Now this one is used by Havnan Naftali saying, look, he's protecting the child. I find it hard to believe. And Zachary Foster doing a brief history of using Palestinians as human shields, which is very, very clear. And I won't play the clip. I played it a million times, but I'll play it next time we talk about this. But IDF soldiers use Palestinians as human shields 1,200 occasions in the last 5 years, says IDF officials. IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv. Haaretz arguing it's basically a grand example of human shields, an example of Israeli army editing a video, lying about it to make it look like she was used as human shield, even though she was not. And ending, Glenn Greenwald highlights, the censorship actively being used by the Israeli government as the U.S. government pretends they're fighting for a rules-based international order and it's about free press and democracy. This is not a joke, by the way. Now, I don't know if the tweet was meant to be like a representative of what happened or if the tweet was actually censored like this by the Israeli censors. But my point is the article is real. He says, so indicative of a robust democratic country when one of its leading newspapers is forced to redact its own reporting with black redacted bars because the story describes the abuses and lawlessness of Israel's brutal detention of Arabs in the West Bank. That's what their tweet looks like. Here's the actual article. This is not a joke. It's real. That's how the article came out. Check this out. This is not some kind of parody, guys. This is Haaretz. Imagine the New York Times put an article like this out and it blacked out and redacted because the U.S. government chose to say you can't say those things and we have the right to do this before you publish it. This should blow people's minds if you think they're actually what they say they are. Look at that. Entire sections blacked out that highlight, it says, then two under administrative detention, black. Don't get to see it because the Israeli government decided that they don't care about press freedom and they never really have. Glenn Klippenstein also highlights Haaretz reporter who had the story about the ICC, right, threatening the top ICC prosecutor, their family. They had that story, and guess what? They weren't allowed to publish it. They said, quote, he'd suffer the consequences and get to know the interrogation rooms of the Israeli security authorities from the inside. Should he publish the story that we prove that is verifiable, that now The Guardian and the rest of them have published, but not in Israel because they would end up in prison for telling the truth. Yeah, that's the reality, guys. That's what Zionism is. And on that note, we'll end with this clip. Matt Kennard highlights this. Gaza has woken up the world. People are thirsty for truth. He says the video lifting the veil on Zionism, this video has 1.2 million views on Instagram, but he believes Elon Musk and Twitter are censoring it. What do you think? I think that's pretty clear at this point. But we'll end with this clip. Just about to get to 4 hours. But thank you for tuning in, guys. I know it's a long show today, but a lot of information I wanted to include. And I think it's important that we continue to take the time to flesh out these discussions. I mean, obviously that's what I've been doing for a long time, the more of a long form, but I just don't know how you can get to the crux of not just to repeat the story, but for you to fully understand the story, to be able to regurgitate, or wrong word choice there, but to, relay your understanding of the story, right? Like, so you can look at the facts, that you could take the information, look at the source material, and even disagree with my conclusions on it, but be able to understand it and share that information with others and do your own shows on this stuff. Like, not just the headlines and the breakdown. Like, that's the problem with a lot of the, both independent in some cases, or predominantly the mainstream alternative media, the MAMs, is it's just kind of narrative control, even if they don't realize it. And so thank you for being here and supporting the long form work and really taking the time to understand these things. I fully believe we're making a difference, both what we're doing and your support of this platform and other independent media. I see it. I believe it with everything in me that we are watching this change happen. Now, every time we see this in history, those changes get co-opted, get driven to the ground, get manipulated. But that doesn't mean there's some of the change has effect, but it ultimately kind of takes the edge off and things get put back in place. And it always seems to happen. I'm hoping we can make things different this time. But in any case, it's still a positive moment to recognize that you have had an effect on the outcome, which the truth is very rare in the United States and especially the world. So I just hope that it's time that people take a moment to evaluate that, to recognize what it shows us. And I hope to see through the two-party illusion and what that represents. But in any case, thank you for continuing to support our work. We've never needed more support than now. I mean, we're genuinely flirting with the end of this platform with the lawsuits and the suppression and everything that's happening right now, and worried about the future. But as I said, even if it's counterintuitive to the point I'm making, I will continue doing this no matter what. I believe in this. I believe in you. So whatever reform that takes, it'll still happen. I just hope we don't lose what we're building here, because we clearly have influence in the conversation. And that's important. It's because of you. So any support that you can give us now would be greatly appreciated, whether it's on our Substack, our autonomy program that's down in the show notes right now, or you can take the course I've outlined in objectivity, which I think is important, or supporting us on any number of our platforms that haven't censored us so far, like Subscribestar, mailing things in directly, or the platforms that we're on where you can donate. In any case, thank you for caring about this. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
For me is not a mysterious concept. It's a settler colonial ideology which ethnically cleansed 800,000 indigenous people, warehoused them in little bits of territory, made the indigenous people that are allowed to stay have to be a permanent minority, because otherwise it won't carry on being a Jewish state. Jews and Muslims are cousins. They're not enemies. But Zionism needs them to be enemies to operate. There's a long line of settler colonial ideologies which justify that stuff. What the British and the Spanish and the Portuguese did in the Americas is very similar. And they had similar ideologies, like Manifest Destiny in North America, where they said that, well, God gave us the right to civilize this land. We're going to take Christianity and convert the savages. So Zionism goes in that same vein. 1,000-year-old claims to territory and a country from its indigenous people and giving it to imported foreigners. And there were a lot of Jewish people that were against Zionism. I was looking recently actually at some of them, and Walter Benjamin, who I'm a big fan of, he was a Marxist theorist on art and culture. He was against Zionism, and Albert Einstein, because they predicted what has happened turns into extreme nationalism and extreme Jewish supremacism, which is what you see with the Netanyahu administration. Unfortunately, it's been a catastrophic disaster for the Palestinian people, because they had nothing to do with the events that is often used to sort of justify the creation of Israel, which is the Nazi Holocaust. That was nothing to do with the Palestinians. That was a European crime. Also, anti-Semitism was traditionally a European problem, because anti-Semitism mostly comes out of Christianity. Jews lived a lot better in the Middle East than they did in Europe for many centuries. And now all this history of European anti-Semitism is projected onto the Palestinians. We're made to think that they're all rabid anti-Semites and that they resist Israel because they're anti-Semites, when of course the resistance of the Palestinians is about resisting a settler colonial regime which oppresses them. Any group would do that to any other group, would resist that. It's not a religious war, it's an oppressed and oppressor war. Also been to Palestine twice, and you see what Zionism means on the ground. For me, it's just like the total negation of the human spirit in every way. It's about division, it's about control, and it's about separating people based on religious or racial characteristics. It's just hell. It's hell. It was a profound experience for me going to the West Bank and staying there. Because I definitely wasn't the same when I came back, because when you see apartheid up close and the results of a settler colonial ideology like Zionism up close, you understand that it doesn't get much worse than that. It's just awful. Jews were oppressed and treated brutally for centuries. I can understand why some people would come to the idea that we need our own country. The problem I have with Zionism is to locate that in Palestine. Why put it in Palestine? And their argument is, oh, well, we have the right to that because we lived there 3,000 years ago. But to me, that's for kids.